and in Lolongo linked to the murder investigations. The two had been arrested on 2nd August and held for 14 days before Mavoko Senior Resident Magistrate Lilian Kwamboka declined to extend their detention. Mulwa had asked the court to review her bond terms and allow her to secure her release on cash bail, saying close family members were also in police custody and could not help process the bond. The prosecution opposed the request, citing the value of the disputed property estimated at more than 900 million shillings. The court later ordered Mulwa and Masiga to each post a 1 million shilling bond with a surety of a similar amount and surrender their passports and other travel documents. Dr. Mutiso was shot dead on 29 July while traveling in Nairobi's Upper Hill area. The Church and Clergy Association of Kenya has called on Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to resign, citing a rise in political violence across the country. The religious leaders accuse Kanja of failing to contain violent groups, leading to the loss of lives. Speaking to journalists, the clergy also urged the IEBC to bar leaders accused of inciting violence from contesting political positions.
That the police under the current IG are unable to end Goons menace in this country, and therefore we ask the IG to resign and pave way to a competent Kenyan to take over from him so that he can serve Kenyans. This must stop, as the police are the lifeline for the rule of law to prevail. It will be noted that the campaign meetings that the police have not interfered with have ended peacefully without casualties or property destruction.
The ODM party has distanced itself from the violence that marred the Linda Mwananchi political rally where 2 people were killed. ODM chairperson Gladys Wanga has blamed the unrest on supporters of Linda Mwananchi, commonly referred to as his sons. Wanga has challenged those linking her to the violence to present evidence to the police, calling for firm action against those responsible.
I've done politics here. This is my 15th or 16th year. I have never had a single incident where any violence is associated with me or my campaigns. This is my 15th year. It is something we have never done. It is something we cannot start doing now. So also for those who are dragging our name into this matter just by virtue of the fact that we are the governor of this county, without any shred of evidence of any association or involvement. And I want to ask the law enforcement, please take action and take it impartially.
The remarks comes as Linda Mwananchi supporters in Kakamega accuse Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga and Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma of being responsible for the killings reported during last weekend's rally.
Itakuwa na kiongozi ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kitaifa ambaye anatumia vijana vibaya, ambaye analeta siasa za uchochezi na vita na kumwaga damu na mauaji, na chama cha ODM kimenyamaza kimya. Kwa hivyo viongozi wote wa ODM hapa Kakamega, wote ambao wanaegemea chama cha ODM ama wamechaguliwa kwa chama cha ODM, tungependa tukiwaona wakishtumu yale matendo ambayo yametendwa na mwenyekiti wa kitaifa wa ODM.
And to matters health, patients seeking care at Kenyatta National Hospital are facing longer waiting times as the ongoing nurses strike in several counties drives more people to the National Referral Facility. KNH CEO Dr. Richard Lesiampe says the hospital has recorded an influx of patients who will normally seek treatment at county facilities, putting pressure on non-emergency services. The hospital is urging patients seeking routine care to use health facilities closer to their homes where possible to help ease congestion. The nurses' strike is linked to grievances over the implementation of CBA, employment terms and career progression. KNH says emergency and critical care services remain operational and has appealed to patients for patience as it manages the increased workload. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, SpiceFM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with people with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And just like that, it's Friday. Good morning. Good morning. Ai, hapana. Sema tena.
Good morning.
Ai, hapana.
Bado?
Tumetoa Dennis mali anafaa kuwa. Hebu sema tena.
Good morning.
Hakuna. Marion. So you do like that. Let's try Joe. As in, let's try have Joe speak on the microphone.
Good morning.
Okay, well done. Sasa Joe is there?
Yes.
Aseto bado is not there. Bado no. Try again.
Nimepatikana bado.
Umepatikana vizuri sana. Hebu wewe ongea tena.
Good morning.
Very good. And Joe? You're saying something?
Yeah.
Are you still saying something?
Yes.
Very good.
Something. Good
Aseto,
morning.
you're saying something?
Yes, I'm saying something.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll arrange ourselves somehow.
Tumepatikana.
Somewhere. So good morning. You know those people when you go for those functions and they say good morning, then they say good morning. Then you say good morning once again.
Yeah.
My question is this.
Right.
What has changed between the first good morning and the second one when you say once again? As in, is it a new day? Why? What is the logic behind this?
Most of the time, it's because the first good morning guys are like, so the second good morning is where they respond like proper.
Oh.
It's like calling you to order, to attention. Now we are here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nduh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No.
Are you trying to call her to order?
Okay. So it's Friday. It's the 21st of August.
It is.
And you know what? The Premier League comes into action today. Today. Premier League today. And the Standard Group has the exclusive rights to this, so you don't have to miss a match. You don't have to miss one penalty, one goal scored, nothing. Because, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, the good people at Radio Maisha and Birur FM will be with you every goal of the way. See what I did there?
Yes.
So you don't have to miss any EPL action from now until the end of the season when the best man team wins.
Yes.
Shh. Well, the best team wins. So all the EPL action coming to you as we get into things this week. So good morning, everybody. Aseto is here.
Nikapa.
Joe Kamanya is here.
Yes, I am.
Did I say I was going to do something?
In living flesh.
In living flesh.
As I live and breathe.
Color. Yes. Marion, good morning. Somewhere there. How are you? She's waving. Marion has let her hair down today. Partially.
Her hair. Just her hair.
Hey.
People let down their guard.
Oh, no, today's the hair.
Yeah.
But you know, when you let your hair down, it's like you're letting your guard down as well. But, that doesn't,
Okay.
apply for Marion.
Pretty sure Marion
is
like...
always on guard. She's like a sentry.
Yeah.
Jeez. Watu wanataka kukuona Marion. It's not me. It's
petition.
People are asking. Yeah, people want to see you. All right. A very good morning to everybody. And happy birthday, Joyline.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Happy birthday to her.
And we're getting into Friday.
So is she growing up or maturing? But yeah, happy birthday.
I don't know.
Do people grow up or do they mature?
I think you grow up first, then you mature later.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's what happens, actually.
Is growing up becoming taller anyway?
Yeah, I think growing up relates to physiology. Yeah. I think maturing relates to psychology.
And behavior,
And behavior. That's what I think.
So you could grow up and not mature.
100%.
Yeah.
And you could be more mature than you are grown.
Yeah.
110%.
Well, happy birthday all the more.
Indeed.
Okay.
May it be a wonderful day and into a wonderful year.
Yeah.
And we're getting into conversations this Friday where Mr. Sinan, my science teacher in high school, used to say, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. He used to say that. So he used to make us think. And he would walk through the school compound and he would see him, hi, Mr. Sinan, yes. And he would say, are you saying something nice? Because if you're not, zip it.
Shut up.
So people who want to now start slinging mud.
Yes.
Don't sling mud.
Don't worry.
If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all.
What one to Flani would tell you is, even weather in Machungistan is still favorable.
Yes.
Weather in Machungistan is still favorable, so it's alright.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's it's political silly season, and if you're seeing things that are getting to fever pitch temperatures, let me tell you that if this is what we're going to see right now, if this is what we're seeing right now, what we are going to see in the very near future is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Because with seasons brings out all fashion, all colors, and the season is just changing. You know how in the places where you actually have winter and you get into spring, people coming out in all their spring fashion, this is what politics is going to do. So be ready for it. But I repeat, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. The conversations that we'll have today will be quite interesting, methinks. And we're going to get into it at 7 o'clock today. Did I say that our live stream is up? Yes, it is. YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Getting it with us this morning. And our audience tuned in on KTN, wherever you're tuned in around the country, the region, and the world. This is the Situation Room. It is Kenya's biggest conversation. We will have a conversation. The art of conversation is not lost, at least not here. And so we're going to get into it. Our conversation starts at 7 o'clock today. And we're going to be talking with Professor Grace Chesarek. You know who she is? She's the Deputy Governor of Elgeyo-Marakwet County. It would appear as though there are some barbs that are being traded between herself and her governor. Now, when that happens, protocol and marginalization, how leadership fallout threatens service delivery. What's going on, Okoh, in EM? You'll tell us. EMC, they'll let us know. So we'll talk about that.
You know, I grew up with an EMC in my life, which used to mean Eldoret Municipal Council.
Sasa tuko kwa EMC Elgeyo-Marakwet County.
Yeah, you've taken me back.
This is where we are, EMC. And so it seems like the folks at EMC are not playing nice. So this means that a lot of things are disrupted as a result of that. And of course, we're going to have to bring in the conversation about the role of a deputy governor in the county. Do they just do what the governor says? Are they flower girls and boys? What exactly happens here? But so she'll come and tell us, kuna shida, lakini, this is how we are going to solve it. Our youth perspective conversation goes to youth and political goonism. The truth of the matter is that, unfortunately, the age demographic is the youth that is being used a lot of times to perpetuate a lot of this violence. Karaoke Gonjiri is a national youth leader, UDA. Mary Kathomi is a political and governance analyst. They both join us for this conversation at 8 o'clock. And then at 9, there was a health summit, right? It took over 2 days.
2 days, yeah.
And there were many things that were told about, the workings of the system and how that has played out in the last couple of months. We're going to be reviewing healthcare in Kenya, evaluating the divide between the health summit promises and the on-ground healthcare realities. As we were preparing this conversation, the Kenyatta National Hospital sent out a circular. And they said, excuse me, if your case is not emergency, we're politely asking you to go to another facility for treatment because we just cannot take the numbers of people who are coming here due to the ongoing strike. Should this have been an issue that was discussed during the health summit? Perhaps.
I think discussed and solution found.
Right.
Yeah.
So, in the light of that, the Secretary General and CEO of the Kenya Medical Practitioners Dentist Union is Dr. Davji Atela. He will join us in the presence of Peterson Washira, who is the national chairperson of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Let's have this conversation completely, because whereas there have been strides that have been made in the health sector, and that there are things that are laudable, the big dent in all of this is, are we able to actually deliver healthcare if certain things have not been met?
Right.
Okay, so that is what our conversations look like today. Karibuni sana. Tell us where you're tuned in from as you get into the room today, and we'll then be able to say a quick hello to you, and we'll have this conversation together. And remember, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all.
Yeah.
We went to Mauritius.
Yes,
I did.
The island nation. The capital is Port Louis. But then there's a city that goes unnoticed in Mauritius. It's a beautiful city. It's where all the corporate hodgepodge get. It's called Eben, and it's it's really nice to be. It's where all the offices are set up. Anyway, I digress. Carry on.
Yeah, because even as you bring that up, we talk about Mauritius. It is considered to be one of the economic blocks, especially in the continent, because they're huge in manufacturing. Aside from just tourism, that brings in a lot that pushes the economy. But Joe, the proverb that you get this morning, a short person. We're talking up about growing up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A short person hangs his bag where his hand can reach.
Well, no pun intended, right?
No pun intended.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I'm sure this has nothing to do with vertically challenged people, but it's more of like, knowing what you can do, trying to be comfortable in your area, in your zone, knowing your limits, and trying to make things work for you, using what you have. Yeah. without necessarily comparing yourself with others. You're who you are, be as you are. Yes.
Yep. Nduh.
Yeah, I think also know your limits, know what you can or cannot do, know where you can or cannot tread. And I guess you will just be met with satisfaction. If you try, you can imagine somebody who's vertically challenged and just looking at it directly in terms of the picture of it. Somebody who's vertically challenged trying to then reach up to something that their height will not allow them, they're likely to fall flat on their face. And we can apply that to life. If you go where you are limited, then your action also will be limited and you might get in trouble.
I'd look at it in terms of we all have visions, and visions in one way or the other are usually far off, but for you to get to that vision is one step at a time. So take your time, reach to where you can reach with the hope that you get to move further to attain that which you've intended to achieve.
Yep.
I agree. Siwache tusalimie watu basi.
Salimia watu.
Okay. Karibu sana and welcome into the room, everybody. And even those who listen silently, very lovely to have you here as we get into conversations today. It's Friday. It is Friday. Friday means many different things to many people. But we shall not go there just yet. We shall just pray and hope that this phone behaves itself. Okay, here we go. Voila. Very good morning to you, and tuned in is Don Sabwa. Good morning to you, Bwana Aseto.
Yes.
Why is it that the landing price, I think he means to say the landing costs of oil reduced by 30% and the pump price only reduces by less than 3%, 2.2 actually. Hapa Kenya, Hapa Singapore, Hapa 2060 vision. So he wants to know why is it that the landed cost has reduced by 30%, but then the pump price is less than 3% in terms of reduction.
So what I'll do is I'll talk to the expert, Opio and I, to give us an explanation as to why when global fuel prices go down in Kenya, nothing seems to be happening.
Voila.
Yeah.
There, we wait for that. Kiaria Peter says, good morning, Tuni from Mombasa. You never meet anyone by accident. There is always a reason. They are either a lesson or a blessing. That's absolutely true.
Same lesson.
Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. G. Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi. Rogers Nyange tuned in from Bidikani in Voi. Very good morning to you. Osana Mark says, good morning, Spice family. It is a wonderful Friday. Okay, let us end the working week in Spice wisdom. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Margaret Wanjo, he says, good morning. All at Spice FM, the Situation Room. You're tuning in from Houston, Texas. It's still very hot. Yeah, that heat wave is more than a wave. This one, it's been waving for a minute. Let's continue the great conversation and have a great weekend. Let's do that. James says, hello. Be not cheated. What hast thou say? Those that shed innocent blood need no police to catch them. Absolutely. Human blood will hunt you down past your 10th generation. Exactly. James, on the money. There's something else you said yesterday, which is, just spewing it this week. But that's it. For sure. Be ye not mistaken.
Yep.
If we must speak in the old language, old English. Rascador says, good morning, Madam Nduh, Mr. Aseto from Eldoret City, listening to the Situation Room makes my day. Karibu kabisa. Margaret Wajohi says, whoever sheds another person's blood will pay dearly, very dearly. Simon Wehu says, good morning, Spice family. As we wrap up the week, let's maintain and preach peace. Let's do it. Andrew Chira says, good morning, Spices. I've got a concern. We all report to work, right?
Yes.
I'm disappointed seeing Parliament chambers with 90% vacant seats, yet the few who are in there are deliberating on issues that affect 50 million.
When they show you who they are,
believe them.
Believe them. I don't know, not for too long. Not for too long.
350?
They're even going on recess in November.
Yes, they
don't come back after.
Until next year.
Yeah, actually they won't come back.
They won't come back. Oh, wow. You trapped me. Calvin Alembi says, good morning, Spices. What people don't know is that the Goons were in the 26-27 financial budget. Good day to all.
Wow.
Okay. Bernard Ogamba says, watching KTN's Ruto Gallery of Lies, I opine his weakness is overpromising with unrealistic timelines, but not all is failure. Shah is working and some projects are progressing. Critique fairly. Okay, Bernard.
You've missed Kimiak.
Kimiak. I'm very sorry. I even missed Andrew. Oh, Andrew Shrew is tuning from Vancouver. All right. Kimiak, Friday mornings, a bit of a morning run and a whole lot of Spice FM Situation Room are perfect days. I like that combination, sir. To always remind you that nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration. How was your run, Kimiak? Leo says, good morning, Princess Nduh, Aseto. Joyce, the road construction from Rironi shouldn't be used to destroy the iconic viewpoint. The design should have factored how they will be catered for. Kwani, it's affecting it.
It must.
Okay. Wanda says, good morning from Toronto. A very good morning to the power parent, Nduh, Aseto, and an extra special good morning to my dear Joe. Yours is an extra special. Yours is the coffee that comes with a dollop of vanilla.
Yes. Morning to you too, Wanda.
I have a question for you three. When you ask a liar, do you expect to hear the truth?
You hope that perhaps they would change and tell the truth.
You hope?
Or yeah, it's the hope. There is.
The truth is that they will lie. Yes.
Well, there's your answer, Wanda.
Yeah. You're not hopeful? Okay.
I mean, you said when they show you whom they are,
you believe them.
So they've shown you they are liars. Just believe that they are lying.
Well, Isakale says, good morning, TSR family. Where the Uji is hot, the politics are hotter, and every guest comes with a different spice. Some are salt, some are pepper, and others are just political chili. Have a seasoned Friday. Thank you so much, Isakale. Good morning to you. Margaret Wanjohi says, hello, Nduh, Dennis, and Joe. Keep up the good work. We love you. We love you too. Miss Pia says, good morning, everyone. Welcome back, Joe. We're always happy to see you. Hopefully,
happy to be back. Hopefully, what?
Everyone has remembered to take their morning objectivity drug this morning. Yes. Please, we remember yesterday we were chastised and we're told, Bana, be objective, be positive. So this is the prescription moving forward. We've been diagnosed, and so now the doctor has ordered 2 tablets of positivity 3 times a day. Okay. We've taken for this morning. Have you taken?
I have.
All right. Well done.
It's kicking in.
It's kicking in already. Maybe next week we will be diagnosed and prescribed with positivity pills.
True.
But we shall see.
Right.
Eric Nganga says, good morning, Spice. Says, finally, EPL is here. We can switch our focus from politics. Is that what you were waiting for? Mercy Igoke says, Buona Sifiwe. Amen. Buona Sifiwe tena.
Amen.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So is it that we didn't hear the first time, or that you want God to be praised again?
So here's
Do you
the
understand?
Thing. When they say Buona Sifiwe the first time, usually is a Buona Sifiwe. The second time, Buona Sifiwe. You have to stress it like that.
But they say tena.
Yeah. Asifiwe tena.
Sasa yeye asifiwe ama unyinyi mujibu.
Wewe sifu tu Bwana ukisema amen.
Achana na Bwana.
Bwana was just chilling.
Mercy. So you see what you've done. Greeting Nduh, Aseto, Nduh. We are fine, thank you very much. Benjamin Kibiri says good morning, Spice. Erica War is tuned in this morning and says good morning to everybody. Good morning. Gekota says good morning, my people. Princess Nduh, Dennis, Joe. If he is somewhere under the covers, the killer goons are not to be arrested, but the keyboard warriors are kidnapped. I'm telling you, it's a crazy kind of something, and disappeared. Just saying. Watching from Miami in Florida. Melbourne, knock knock. Who's there? Melbourne, good morning. Vesh Musanga, good morning. Tuned in from Windhoek. Good morning to you. How are things in Namibia? Good morning to you. Love Windhoek. Okay. And Vesh, it's lovely to have you in the room this morning. Karibu sana. And thank you for being here as you tune in. Oh, wait, we've lost. Okay. Sylvia Lego says, good morning, Joe, Nduh, Dennis. Happy to see you, Joe. Nduh, ahadi ni deni. Hey, I'm here for the Malaika song.
Tumekukumbusha.
Sing it.
Sing.
I said I was going to sing the song today.
Sing song.
I need to remember the words. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Hey. Malaika, nakupenda malaika. Na
nami nifanyeje
kijana mwenzio nashindwa na mali sina we ningekuoa malaika.
My lord.
Nashindwa na mali sina we ningekuoa malaika. Ahadi ni de?
Deni.
To all the angels in my life.
You have faith. Caesar Kale Kamanya, hiyo t-shirt imeweza. Clearly some people come prepared for the fashion politics. No coalition negotiations required. Samuel Karongoi Mwangi says, good morning. Lovely team, I like your energy. Let's speak hope and direction yet another day to our great nation. God loves Kenya. God bless Kenya. Kabisa. Jennifer Tenney says, good morning, Nduh, Aseto and Joe. Happy birthday, Joyline. Lovely day, Spice family. Kabisa. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, Spice team. Nduh, Dennis and Joe. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. That's true. Wangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this Friday? Let this question cut across the politicians in Kenya. What's Linda Mwananchi coming to do in Homa Bay? Said Madame Her Excellence. Which one? Eric Awino Olio says, good morning, Nduh, Aseto and Joe. We are a country that has normalized mediocrity, impunity, and the bare minimum from its leaders. We deserve better.
True.
Bera. Kimi Yak says, Joe, always a pleasure. Karibu. Do you know what the gospel says, Joe?
Tell I. Do tell.
Kimi Yak.
Oh, nothing good. Nothing good. Indeed.
He's a follower of this gospel. Kimi Yak. Yes. Dante says, good morning, blessed Spice fam. Another one for the regime of poverty. There's a communication amendment bill on its final stages to be law that when passed will see internet and info inaccessible to many. It cannot be. And you want to go to which world?
Singapore.
All right. Try it and see. You'll be going backwards. Christina says, good morning. Good morning to you, Christina. Claire Luchendo says, good morning to Dennis and Joe, watching from Texas. You all spice me up. Kabisa. Let's bring it. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Confirmed. AI just hacked another AI. People are not ready. And AI has hacked its brother. Wanda says, someone once said, when politicians behave like children, it's the citizens who pay for the broken toys. We should tell them to practice their inner voice. I know. Peace. Peace. When trouble blows. Hey, peace. I live with you, I speak to you. Caesar Nero. That's interesting that your name Caesar and Nero. You look into the history of the Roman Empire and look at the significance of those two individuals. Anyway, it's been close to 2 years since we are waiting for Nduh's album. Namnagani huku. Yani hiyo umekuja hiyo kusema hiyo tu. Caesar. I'll do a cover. I'll promise I'll do a cover. Don't ask me when, but I will. I promise. Opio Polycarp says, good morning, Spices. It's Friday. Brian Rono says, ham jambo nyote. Then you say?
Hatu jambo.
We're not jamboing.
Hatu jambo is actually a positive response.
Hatu jambo.
Ham jambo, hatu jambo. Tuko sawa. Salama.
Really, Kitale says, blessed Friday team. Nduh, why is it that when the seat becomes hot, the interviews last 1 hour? Kindly, we need an extension of 2 hours like yesterday's between Joachim and the UDA guy interview. I love one of the phrases by Otieno Kajang. It's going to get hotter. Nabado.
And when you're coming, because it's hot, come with your passionometer.
Hey, come with your passionometer. Yes, meanwhile it's hot in here, Aseto. Anyway, Sam says, Nduh the princess, Joe the man, and Dennis the menace. Have a lovely Friday and weekend at Baraka Tele. All right, we'll take that. Samuel says, short man hangs his coat where his hands can reach. Most practical reflection is the KK administration, the misery we see and the experience. Greed, deceit, violence, governance, failure is all their ability. What? Wait, bana. See, tumesema tutakula nini za positivity.
Objectivity.
Oh, no, this week is objectivity. Oh, tutaanza kukula hizo tembe za positivity. Okay. Jace
They're
says,
not in stock.
They're not in stock. Kemsa. I'm sure Opio Wandai has left his brain. Oh, yeah. Okay. Some things I have to be careful, but I mean, Bwangi Juma says, hi Spice, indeed Shah is registering, but the service is not meant to provide service. It's not what it
okay.
But the service it was meant to provide, Bado. Commas are your friends. Nduh said Friday means anything to everyone. No, I said Friday means different things to different people. That's what I said. Friday is a day when Kesha in State House, Rachel can pray for rain. We should start praying to prevent El Nino. You're not going to be able to prevent El Nino. Unfortunately, it is coming. It's a natural phenomenon. What you can do is that you can mitigate the effects if you plan early.
Well,
yes.
Mungu ni nani? You remember that statement?
Mungu alali.
Yeah. So, yeah, I get what you're saying, Christina, but indeed, You said I should say it means anything to everyone. All right. Levi Moriasi says, good morning, Nduh, Aseto and Joe. This is Levi Moriasi from Kisumu. I love it. Security, good morning. The way ambassadors are visiting Sifuna, my heart melts. Good day, Sifuna. Yeah, he's gotten quite a number of courtesy calls from folks. Beatrice Omanwa says, good morning. Tabi Shi says, good morning. Mutuflani, good morning. Make sure signal for Machungu stand 182.4. 182.4 equal live. Where? 1-8. Sospita Kimani says, good morning, Spice family. Better days are ahead. Let's get united, support one another, work hard, and keep hope alive. No matter the challenges, our strength, resilience, and spirit will shine. Kabisa. Nick Bala says, good morning. Politicians view the youth either as tools or enemies. That's the conversation that we're going to have today. Yeah. Do you realize how you're actually seen? Cliff Sunday says, good morning, Team Spice. Good to see you, Joe, again. The best lesson we need to learn is politicians are the biggest problem in Kenya. We need leaders, not pretenders and warmongers. Yes. Sylvia Lego says, songbird kwa ubora wake. Spice up the day. Love you guys so much. Kisses to you. Hugs everywhere around. Thank you so much. Asante sana, Sylvia. Give another one. I'll sing it next week. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana. Lovely to have you in the room. We don't take it for granted that you join us every morning as you do, and we get into these conversations together. All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic. If you're coming into the room later, right on the greetings and lots of love sent out to you as we get into conversations this morning. Let's take a look at weather and traffic, and we'll come back and look into the headlines. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
All right, cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 12, and at 14 it is partly sunny into Nakuru with cloudy conditions at 13 in Nyeri. Mostly clear at 12 in Eldoret, while at 19 it's clear in Kisumu, 15 and clear into Kakamega and Mombasa. It's partly sunny at 23. Sunny conditions at 25 into Malindi, while into Marsabit at 16 it's sunny. 18 and partly cloudy in Kampala, and Dar es Salaam at 22 is cloudy. 13 and warming up slightly in Johannesburg. It's clear at 13 and mostly clear at 25 into Lagos. Mostly cloudy at 14 into London, and 31 in a partly sunny Beijing. And Thursday night in New York is 18. Coming into Friday, we'll see a high of 28 and a low of 17.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so not much happening this Friday, at least not at this hour. We're likely to see it pick up as we get into the day proper. We're seeing a little bit of it starting to form on Haile Selassie. It's not traffic, it's tomatoes. Too many hawkers on the road, and what that does is that you don't actually know how wide Haile Selassie is because of all the traffic right there at the moment. The Pangani underpass is going to clog up just some as you're trying to get out of the tunnel, then you'll be okay. And we're not seeing too much coming off of North Airport Road, at least not for now. So let's see how Friday pans out. Knock on wood, fingers crossed, it'll be a smooth day. We know that there will be outbound traffic. It is, after all, the weekend, but we'll keep an eye on all of this and keep it moving. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Looking for convenience, variety, and speed all in one place? Welcome to Digger Shop, the official e-commerce platform by Standard Group PLC. From the latest electronics and fashion must-haves to home essentials and unique Kenyan crafts, we've got it all. And guess what? Enjoy countrywide delivery within 48 hours straight to your doorstep. Shop smart, shop secure, and shop with confidence. Visit shop.digger.co.ke. That is shop.digger.co.ke. Digger Shop. Dig it, shop it, love it.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so getting into this and continuing, let's look into the headlines, and we'll start off Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Quite some stuff to get through today. The Standard headline today, it just disappeared. On your own is what it says. The institutions and people charged with protecting Kenyans have left them to their own devices. The National Police Service, the DCI, the ODPP, IPOA, NCIC and Parliament have watched political violence spread from rallies to by-elections and even churches, with deaths, injuries and destruction piling up while accountability remains elusive. Even the church seems unable to handle the situations. Kenyans are calling for the politicians to behave and for the Inspector General of Police to quit. But that seems about it. That seems about it.
Yeah.
That's all that can happen. Condemning.
Praying for it.
We pray, warning. Yeah.
Orders.
Meanwhile, people are dying.
Yeah.
But we just condemn that.
Property is being wrecked.
Yep.
It's quite unfortunate. Indeed, we are now, no one is coming to save us but ourselves.
This is true. I mean, to an extent, because what are you going to say? If the institutions that have been put in place to ensure that this should happen is not happening, then what do you say? Well, you have to figure it out for yourself, isn't it?
True. But do you have the capacity to resist and resist violence? Because again, violence is created, is instigated in one or the other. So what if there was no youth? Because the youth seems to be the source of Goonism. That's what they say. If there is no youth who is participating in violence, if we all say no to violence, like how we just resist, what would change? How would that look like? Would that be a great country?
The greatest of nations have been built as a result of some kind of uncomfortability, and that it's those who rose beyond that uncomfortability and actually resisted it that have then built nations that stand. It's historical. Just look through it. It is not pretty.
No,
but there's something that has to give at some point.
The fact that you find those in these positions ought to have also ensured that things like poverty do not exist, so that no one comes to take advantage of the young people. Are the very same people who do not pass the policies that will address the situation, but come back and weaponize that poverty that they have created themselves. So if we also as Wananchi, we need to equally ensure that the people put into office are there to change things.
You might want to know that the picture is this tripartite image of DCI boss Mohammed Amin, Speaker of the National Assembly Moses Wetangula, and Chairperson of the IEBC Erastus Efakon are the ones on the front page. It's just representing the folks that don't represent you.
Is this Efakon?
Oh, is it?
No. This is NCIC.
Oh, so this NCIC, Reverend Omai.
Yeah.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's the glasses. Political violence. His, not mine. Political violence. Political violence surges as state agencies draw ire over inaction, and that's the question. That what exactly is going on here? So the Association of Pentecostal Vocational Training Institutions of Kenya, did you know there was a thing?
No.
The CEO, Namusasi Chinungo, flanked by members during a press conference at the Daystar University yesterday, and they said, no, stop it, we're not doing that anymore. Political violence may land top leaders at ICC, warn experts. Lawyers say failure to stop violence and incitement can form grounds for for a petition to the Hague Court. While the country's judicial system is strong, the president, police, DPP, and other agencies appear unwilling to punish culprits. That's what it appears. I mean, look, perception is everything. And it appears as though you're unwilling to do something about it. Because guess what? It's Friday, and the most recent ones happened on Sunday. Before that, a young man was killed in a police station. Two, one here in Nairobi and one east of us in Makueni. Come on. If nothing is done about it and we don't hear anything about it, the assumption is that nothing is being done.
And there's also the other worrying factor is that I think on Sunday we lost 2 policemen. And a few more are injured. So no one is being spared.
Nobody.
If you thought mobilizing goons was just for your opponents, now even the police service itself, which is not taking action,
it's compromised.
It's compromised. So we need to have a serious recoil against violence as a people. Because the person who mobilizes is just one person, but he mobilizes 100 of you. So you have the power to say no. What is it that they are protecting? They're just protecting their own position, whatever that position may be, because you're only used for that day. and you don't know whether you're going to go home. The policemen who lost their lives now makes me wonder, what will the deployment of the next political event look like?
Why are you assuming there will be? They just don't care. I think for the police, they need to realize that when they went for them, we were silent.
Yeah.
Now they've come for us, and there is nobody to speak for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody's being wooed, like woo, baby. His name is sorry. Boy, I need to remember. His name is Kalonzo Musyoka, and it seems that he's being wooed by Gachagua, so that should be fun. ODM power sharing demands unsettle Kenya Kwanza allies. Okay, just leave us alone. Kenyan sleuths closing on cause of Ecuador spy chief chopper crash. There's something afoot there. It's not just your normal crash, from what we are being told. Okay, so that's something to look into. A senior school dropout rate a threat to CBE rollout, reveals new survey. Jesus.
A what?
I'm not those ones for Good Morning Again. No, I can't. I am unable to, because yikes, senior school dropout, folks are dropping out, and you have to ask questions why. What are the reasons why? So we're going to look into that story a little bit in a short while. But I want to tell you that the the National Infrastructure Fund, according to FCPA CS.
Just
expert.
skip the prefix.
Will only fund economically viable projects. That's what they've said. Only the ones that are economically viable is what we will spend money on. And the story before that, speaking about a viable project, is that the Lamu refinery plan gets a boost with Dangote's 130 billion shilling underwriting. Hey, Aliko doesn't joke. Dangote is not joking.
What is Kai Kai?
Kai Kai is
guys,
it's okay, it's booze. Kai Kai is booze, but like not Kai Kai. So it's the strong stuff. It's like, what is the stuff that people, hey God,
may only know
some sort of a moonshine.
What is that?
Konyagi, what?
It's something like that. Exactly. It's it's locally produced.
So it's like Buratina.
From what? Millets,
coconuts, a big palm wine water, but then it's left to ferment longer than the palm wine that you tap from the tree.
It's just like changa,
But that's what I was looking for. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Exactly. So some of the youthful CSs are a liability to Ruto's government. That's what's in the opinion pages of the Standard by Mushiri Karanja. All right, so that's kind of what it looks like in the Standard. A lot of the stories in the Standard we'll be talking about in a lot of our conversations this morning. All right.
So let's go to the Daily Nation real quick. And the picture we see here is of that of IG, Douglas Kanja, and a marked man. So police chief faces mounting pressures to quit over rising crime and gun culture. So opposition leaders, activists and clerics piled pressure on police chief Douglas Kanja to quit over gun attacks. So he is under siege there. And there is a dossier where intelligence reports revealed at least 500 goons were deployed to cause violence in Homa Bay last Sunday. Where was intelligence to stop this? Now, there's a power struggle where conflict between Kanja and police commission reportedly threatens national security. And the power struggle here was on the payslip, who gets to pay the police, right? Now, the crackdown, police boss orders interdiction of all officers on duty at a station if a suspect dies in custody. Remember, that's an order that was given by IG Kanja.
So have they interdicted the ones who are at
Muthaiga and Makueni? Yet two.
So what does immediate mean?
Immediate? Definition could be different.
Oh, okay.
Immediate could be after investigation. Immediate could be now, as investigations come later.
Could also be never.
That too.
Yes.
That too. Tripartite. Definition of immediate.
May God help us.
Yeah, so there is also a story on the final moments of chopper that crashed, killing 7. That, as the Standard as well, has carried the same. Now we go to page 2 and 3 as well, has focused on that chopper crash that happened, as Kenya mourns Jose Alberto Suarez, the man behind the stories that filled our evenings. Telemundo. You know,
filled whose evenings? Okay, sorry.
You see Telemundo, you know Telemundo, eh? So there is one, No One But You, that was the very first Telemundo to come to the country. And according to the story, the country was stopped because everybody would come to watch Telemundo, no one but you at the time. So the gentleman, Jose Alberto, is the CEO president of Telemundo. So in one way or the other, it is felt, the loss is felt in the country because the man who was behind Telemundo being screened in our TVs has gone.
Olima.
Olima.
Yeah.
Telemundo. Now, like Kwame before him, Kanja's in trouble 2 years into office. Olima, yes. Agencies rallied to defend Ruto's record. So every ministry, department and agency will be required to develop strategies aligned with the national communication policy. Let me tell you, the greatest communication any government would get is feedback from its people. If SHA is working, who will tell you it's working? If education funding model is working, who will tell you it's working? It is not the agency implementing the same. It is the people that ought to benefit from these policies. So
why are you shouting?
I'm not shouting. I am offering free advice, free of charge. Do not set up that whatever you're trying to set. Just come to me, I will tell you for free. We're trying to save money. So I'll give them advice for free. Now, Nyoro's break with Ruto withdraws 2027 opposition map. Nitaiwachia hapo because a lot has been said as well when it comes to defection of Ndindi Nyoro. So hapo tunawachia hapo. Officer who died after rally was set for promotion. Yeah, so a police constable died and 4 colleagues were injured when the vehicle crashed in Kisumu County after a stone thrown at it during their return from the security assignment in Homa Bay town on Sunday night. So, yeah, that's a family that has lost one of their own, probably the breadwinner of the family. Now, report names 500 youth in Homa Bay rally chaos. Probe has been expounded on page 7. And UDA popularity on test as Gachagua tours Emurua Dikir. So, Gachagua is expected in Emurua Dikir today. He will be going to former MP Johanna Ngeno's home as well. Conversation that Rigathi had with the mother to Ngong as well has been shared on the social media. So, let's see what that means in Emurua Dikir. This even as other leaders have warned him not to step foot in Emurua Dikir.
This stepping foot, I beg they should not disturb us, so Jerry.
I have a question.
Step foot it.
If a criminal is convicted of a crime, whether murder or stealing or whatever it is, but they appeal, should they be set free until the appeal is concluded, or do they stay in detention?
Because you're guilty, eh?
Yes, you've been found guilty, but then you're appealing.
According to the Chief Justice, once a sentence is given, because this person has already been charged, they've gone through court, they've been found guilty, according to the Chief Justice, because she sat here and said these words, that a sentence is a sentence. If you're guilty, and it holds. But we've seen that the same law, which from what we've understood so far, could be a cross between a horse and a donkey, figure out what that is, will also tell you that until all avenues of appeal have been exhausted, this person actually has an opportunity to carry on with their business. There are many examples in this country of how that happens.
So I'm asking that because if the verdict stands that I'm guilty, we have an impeached character.
I knew we were going somewhere with this.
The impeached deputy president stands impeached, even though he's exploring all these other avenues.
So if you're impeached, in fact, the word she used, if you're impeached, you're impeached.
You're impeached. So in all honesty, we need to have that conversation as Kenyans and agree what are the limitations of an impeached person during political discourse.
We are appealing.
Okay.
I am innocent until proven guilty.
So that is my question.
Let's look at the star.
The star is shining.
Okay.
Well, I say Siasa. Here is why violence, intimidation will not deliver. Luo Nyanza. Our story continues on page 4. Also, pilot Otram life defined by flying in wild places. That's the pilot who was flying the chopper. He's done quite a lot of work in Kenya and flying about. And ICC, alarm bells sound again as Kenya heads to 2027 elections. Opposition, rights groups turn to the Hague, Den Haag, amid rising violence. We should be more afraid of Kenyan reaction than some international court intervention, in my opinion. That was on page 1. Page 2, same stories continue. But on page 2, there's an interesting story. There's a survey that says over 50% of Nairobi residents oppose minimum fare for ride hailing. There is that proposal on the minimum amount you could pay, so there are mixed reaction from Kenyans. Page 4, it says opposition chiefs rev up nationwide engagement in battle against the outgoing President William Ruto. That story continues on page 4. Kalonzo and the impeached Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, set for retreat to strike a power deal.
Oh, okay.
He says in next 2 weeks or so, they'll be meeting somewhere just to strike some power sharing.
It could be a phone call. But
No, it's a retreat.
Oh, okay.
Both parties, the
right.
Wiper and the that party,
The DCP
party.
What happens to the other 9 or 8 in that formation?
You know, there's always others in the list. There is 1, 2, 3, and others. Yeah. Page 9. Court strikes out case challenging Atuoli's re-election. So Francis Atuoli has secured a legal win after the Employment and Labour Relations Court struck out a petition challenging his re-election as the Kotu Kenya SG. Interesting.
Him and Paul Biya.
Same WhatsApp group.
Same, huh? El Nino could hit Kenya early as flood risk rises. We need to be on the outlook for that because I'm expecting wet hunger in the coming months. Page 12, this is interesting. Debt question. What did Kenya borrow? Where did money go? Please read up on page 12 of the Star. It stood at 13 trillion at the end of June 2026, up from about 8.7 trillion in September. It says of how much was borrowed from 2022 all the way to now, where did the money go, and that whether there's been compliance, that we should not be borrowing for the recurrent expenditure, but it's clearly showing we've been paying excess of 1.7 trillion in terms of recurrent expenditure. So if our tax revenue is 2.4, 2.3, what are we left with? And the price of debt, this becomes the question that we all need to be conversant with. But most importantly, I dare tell you, we've been talking about apparel. How is it coming? The couture, how is it coming up?
A sweater.
Well,
a sweater.
A sweater.
A sweater couture.
Sweater couture.
Kenya eyes UK is for not Kisumu, but United Kingdom market with increased textile exports.
Lovely.
Okay.
Kenya hopes to tap into the United Kingdom textile clothing market with improved access under the UK-Kenya Economic Partnership Agreement, EPA. The push comes as manufacturers simultaneously explore opportunities in the European Union and China, while the 2-year extension of the AGOA has restored certainty for exporters targeting the lucrative US market. The UK-Kenya trade relationship has expanded significantly under the EPA, with total trade rising to 1.4 billion pounds. Yes, not euro, pounds. According to the Kenya Investment Authority, investment said that the apparel market presents particularly strong potential, noting that the UK is Kenya's 12th largest export destination for apparel. Yet Kenyan products amount for only an average of 0.6%. This is what I would want you to hear. This highlights substantial room for growth. Investment Kenya said, adding that British consumers are increasingly seeking ethically produced quality garments. Now, question. How are we exporting apparel? Clothes.
Where manufacturing doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Continue.
Don't talk about EPZ.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we don't manufacture.
I'm going to tell you one thing for
Anything.
sure. Some of the greatest cardigans or sweaters you can get come from the UK market. So our question is, if you're talking about apparel and this is an area you're looking into, do we have cotton that is being propagated at high levels, and do we have further processing of the same? If not, you still remain at 0.3%.
Yes. Now, we are exporting, but how much apparel do we import?
Exactly. That's where I was going.
You know, and then here we're talking about ethically produced and quality garments. That's what we export. Do we import ethically produced and quality garments? You know, so the oxymoron of it is what strikes me as odd. We need to, as you say, look into manufacturing. I've seen new species of cotton, coming up.
Bitumen, I think.
Yeah. And if we don't look into that, then we'll be losing out on our market because we have enough local supply, not just in Kenya, but also in Africa. We don't need to go to the UK, my people.
We're getting to the top of the hour. Actually, we are at the top of the hour, but I just thought I'd tell you that on the front page of the Nairobian today, in the top far left, Janet Okoh says that boarding schools are no longer sustainable. I'm inclined to agree. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The IBC has formally gazetted the commencements of the election period for the 10th August 2027 general election, setting key timelines for voter registration, party nominations, campaigns, and polls. IEBC chairperson Erastus Ethekon says the Electoral Code of Conduct and Election Offences Act are now in force, with all political actors required to comply with the law. Public officers seeking elective position must resign by 10th February 2027, while party primaries and related disputes must be concluded by 8th May. Candidate registration will run from 29th May to 11th June, with campaigns beginning upon registration and ending on 7th August, 3 days before Election Day. The Commission has warned against early campaigns, violence, bribery, and other electoral offences, saying violators will face sanctions. Meanwhile, continuous voter registration remains ongoing, with nearly 2.94 million Kenyans registered as of 20th August 2026. The IBC is targeting a voter register of about 28.5 million for the 2027 polls. Ethekon has urged eligible voters to register and verify their details, while calling on political actors to uphold peace and reject misinformation. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has backed the opposition's call for the International Criminal Court to investigate political violence in Kenya. Ichung'wah says an ICC probe could help establish who is behind the violence witnessed at political rallies, while dismissing claims that the government is sponsoring gangs. Speaking about the violence reported in Homa Bay last Sunday, Ichung'wah accused some opposition leaders of orchestrating unrest before blaming the government.
Jambo lilinishangaza, Martha Karua anasoma statement ameandikiwa, mwenye amesimama nyuma yake ni James Orengo. James Orengo ndiye anabeba wahuni, wamebeba mapanga vile mliona Homa Bay. So let us also not be hypocrites. I want to tell our brothers and our sisters in the opposition, I want to join them in welcoming ICC to come and investigate that matter of Goonism. Because you are planning Goonism, then you point fingers at others.
He also accused opposition leaders of using violence and intimidation to suppress political competition, including in the Mount Kenya region. Former CS Moses Kuria has similarly called on political leaders to protect their respective political strongholds as the country heads towards the 2027 elections.
Wewe kama uko na chama chako, sukuma chama chako na uuze sera za chama chako, na uachane chama cha mwenzako na yeye uuze sera za. Lakini Kenya ni nchi huru ya kila mtu kuwa na uhuru wa kujichagulia chaguo lake la kisiasa.
Ni wakati wa mtu kulinda ngome yake, na sisi tunataka kulinda ngome yetu. Hata Mheshimiwa Ruku ni haki yake walinde ngome yao. Hatuna shida, nimenunua power ya kumsaidia, nitaendelea kata. Kila mtu aangalie manufaa ya watu yao.
People's Party of Kenya leader Ndindi Nyoro has reaffirmed the party's commitment to the united opposition, dismissing claims that it is aligned with UDA. Speaking at the party headquarters in Nairobi while receiving more than 30 delegates and aspirants, Nyoro said the party's priority is to strengthen the opposition alliance ahead of the 2027 polls. He said the party will work with the opposition to mount a strong challenge against President William Ruto.
kwa sababu vile tumekuja ni vizuri wameona ya kwamba tukikuwa wengi ndio mzuri zaidi. So I want to commend all the parties. We have seen very kind comments from all of them. We have seen welcoming remarks from the leader of the Jubilee Party, Dr. Matiang'i. We have seen from Honorable Governor Munya, kwa sababu we feel that we belong and we feel that we are one team. And I want to commend them for that kind of unity. And as I said yesterday, we have one goal. Na goal yetu moja ni sisi wote lazima tushikane mkono na tutoe candidate mmoja next year, na mwenye watawania na yeye akiwa running mate one next year.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will
sana.
always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. Can we enter into the second hour of the Situation Room for the last time this week? Yes. And as we get into a number of conversations today, I just want to remind you that today is actually the 21st of August. And what is that? It's the day that the Premier League kicks off. The English Premier League kicks off today. And I know that many are sitting waiting for that first blow of the whistle, for that first match to happen. Well, you don't have to go very far to get all the action. Right here at the Standard Group, across our platforms of TV, radio and digital, you can get all the commentary, every match, every goal scored, every VAR decision, decision made. You can get all of that action right here at the Standard Group. Our friends at Berur FM and Radio Maisha will be bringing all that action live to you from the first kickoff to the final whistle. Enjoy the EPL right here at the Standard Group. More information coming to you as we get it. Sawa. Yes. All right. We get into a conversation this hour, and we're going to be looking at this relationship that has to be curated ever so carefully between governors and their deputies. And we're going to be looking at protocol and marginalization, how leadership fallout threatens service delivery. And joining us in the studio today is the Deputy Governor of Elgeyo Marakwet County, Professor Grace Chesarek. Good morning, DG.
Good morning, Nduh.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. It's good to be here.
Karibu.
And I hope that we'll have a good discussion.
Karibu Sana for the first time to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you so much.
Lovely to have you here. As we get into this conversation, you may know that we go around the African continent every week. We come back from a different country with their proverbs. Dennis will share.
Yes. Today we are in Mauritius. It is an island country with a population of over 1.3 million people. They are huge in tourism, manufacturing, and also is considered as a financial hub. The proverb that we get from Mauritius: a short person hangs his bag where his hand can reach. A short person hangs his bag where his hand can reach. How would you interpret it?
Wow. It means my short way of interpreting is that you can only bite what you can chew.
Yep.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet.
It's the best way to go, I would say. And so maybe things are not so short and sweet in Elgeyo Marakwet County. EMC, as we've shortened it this morning.
Yes, that's the correct one.
How are things going when we talk about marginalization? We're not talking about marginalization of people, but of a deputy governor, and how this actually affects services around the county. This conversation has budded a while ago in terms of the autonomy that deputy governors have after devolution. What's your experience in EMC?
So let me start by saying that I am not only a deputy governor, but I'm also the secretary for the Deputy Governors Caucus.
Yes.
And in the 47 counties where we have a governor, there is a deputy governor. And how do you get to be nominated to be a deputy governor? That is a constitutional requirement. It is done before you go for the final election, IBC election. So, and in the way a deputy governor is appointed is that the governor will see his strength of the vote and see where they have a weakness and they want to fill in the gap. For our case under Taita Taveta and other counties where we have 2 or more ethnic communities, the governor nominee would want a deputy from the other ethnic community, just to balance on the numbers. And so immediately you are sworn in, it is all rosy and you are all excited that you're going to do a good job, you're going to deliver on the manifesto. And you enjoy it for a short while, up to 3-4 months. Then the governor appoints the county executive member, or what we call the ministers at the county government. Later on, again, they appoint the chief officers. And immediately that circle is complete. Then a deputy governor is seen as a threat to the seat. So now the governor will deal directly with the chief officer, directly with the CC. So we can say CCM for the minister, the county ministers. And where we have very good governors, and there are less than 5, the governor gives an executive order to now identify what will be the role of the deputy governor. But majority of us are just in limbo. You wait for the governor to send you here, because the deputy governor has only 2 key roles, constitutional. That is to be the principal advisor and assistant to the governor. So normally when you give advice, you can give advice at mostly, but it is upon the person being advised to take it or leave it. Then when they say you will assist the governor, supposing he does not give you the opportunity to assist him, it means then you are just left out there. And in cases whereby you have 2 ethnic communities or the county at large, the deputy comes from one corner, the governor comes from one corner. So then the deputy is seen as a second senior most at the county government. And even the expectations from the people is so high that when you go to a function, the people will stop saying we have the deputy governor. They say sasa tuko na governor. We have the governor is here. Everything will be sorted out because the boss is here. But remember, you don't have finality in everything that you're going to deliver. So you are left to just wait to be sent here and there. And sometimes I know several of my colleagues who are now out of office. And for the last 2 to 3 years, they've been out of office, which is so unfair, because it means then most of the deputy governors come with professionalism. Some of us are doctors, some of us are engineers, some of us are lawyers, economists, and they could have served the county better if they could just be given roles and responsibilities by the governors.
Can I ask you though?
Yeah.
Every single deputy governor at the county level was a running mate.
Yes.
Of their governor.
Yes.
There's nobody who was just picked out by somebody. You were in a relationship, quote unquote, for the entire campaign period, and you must have had a conversation along the line.
Of course.
And there was usually we see the technocrat is the running mate.
Yes.
Technocrat.
Yes, it is.
And that's what you say to the people that look at how we are going to. Many times the governor is the politician. The running mate is the technocrat who the understanding is that we're going to come in and actually move policy and get things done. So there's an understanding.
Manage business.
Right.
Manage the day-to-day
So
business.
what happens once the swearing in takes place? Because this is not a new story. We've seen time without number across counties that this complaint has been there. What happens? Because you're running mates. You had an agreement.
I really don't know. You can't tell. Sometimes when you complain to Senate, the Senate says we cannot legislate on relationships. So it's just up to the personality of the governor. Are you somebody who can delegate? Are you somebody who feels that everybody should be involved? Or you just want to be a one-man or one-woman show? You just want to give instructions and not discuss? And of course, the deputy governors are there to leverage on the existing policy, county and national policy, to say this is okay, this might go against the law. And every time you raise those challenges, especially the way business is being handled, then you are seen as not supporting the government.
Well, Prof, the word has it that upon assuming office, the deputy governor develop an appetite of entrampment of power, and that the governors feel the deputies are trying to create two centers of power which cannot exist, because even constitutionally, as you know, it is not prescribed as such, and this appears to be a budding interest for the deputy governors of wanting to be or to succeed politically. Once you get into office, the attention, the power, and everything that comes with the office makes the deputies to feel that perhaps also they could start budding and growing politically.
And enjoying the powers of being a governor.
And this becomes an existential threat to the incumbent governors, hence the strained relations. Because from what you're saying and what we have seen in practice, this is at that time we are having a dispensation, a governor and a deputy since the promulgation of our constitution. So even if there were mistakes, people would have learned along the way. But it seems to be personal differences that arise, perhaps from unmet expectations or frustrations between the pair.
Let me put it like this, when we started devolution in 2013,
right,
there was a clear line between the role of the governor and the deputy governor. And every deputy at that time was assigned a budget, and also they were assigned to supervise as a department or two.
This is by discretion of the governor?
No, it was like all over the country that time. And come 2018, things changed. So I was not there during 2013, 2017. But it's like as they came in, there was a lot of work to be done, establishing the county government. So everybody got busy along the way. Now, come 2018, everything is established. We now have department clearly laid out. And we have already the ministers, the chief officers. And then now, of course, there is now resource that has to spread across the entire county. I would not say that deputy governors develop an appetite, because it depends on how you came in. I will give a few examples that I have interacted with. Some deputy governors were running for governorship. So when they came, they now joined hands and agreed for the colleague to be a governor and them to be a deputy governor with a local arrangement that maybe I will supervise 3 or 4 departments or 50-50, which it never exists anyway. And personally, I don't agree that there can be 2 centers of power. The county government, there has to be a head, and then the rest of us fall in line. So where there was that promise of, I will give you 5 ministries to be in charge, and they even wrote specifically maybe agriculture, roads, and I mean the big departments where the money is, environment and water. Then where it was not agreed, okay, so I'm told some even agreed, I will give you to appoint 3 CECs, which is not possible. It's not constitutional. Of course, that happens if you are not given your promise. You know, how do you feel? You feel you've been cheated. Most of us are technocrats, I agree with Nduh. And we came in to build the capacity. Like for me, I have 23 years of work in the public service, and my governor had just risen from being a deputy governor to become the governor. And I come from a community called Marakwet. He comes from Keyo. And I was to now bring in the, take care of government, make sure things are in order, because the people could see is the youngest governor. That time when he came in, he was 34 years. So I was seen as this lady with the experience to now steer in the county government. And I did that for a long time. And I didn't have many ambitions to be a governor. I wanted to support him to finish his 2 term, and then maybe I can sort myself there ahead. And along the way, you find that your office has no budget. Completely. Remember, you are the 2nd highest in the county government. Wherever you go, you are seen to be to take the role of the governor. And even when you go to open a small project, the community will say, okay, so governor amekutuma na nini? So when my office did not have a budget, I had a problem from the word go. And I raised that in 2023, which up to today has never been resolved. Along the way, I said, okay, we can still work with whatever is there. I looked for partners to do things here and there. But now, the biggest challenge that has come is that we are part of this government, and we will be answerable to the people. Whereby projects have been done, you've not been involved, you've been completely sidelined, and now you are going to carry the burden. So you have to speak up. And I'm sure you are aware that about 5 deputy governors are now out of office. They are not accessing their offices. So we have, as deputy governors, we've also said, what is the solution? So we've appealed to Senate to repeal the County Governments Act so that there are specific roles for a deputy governor. And now it is in the 2nd reading at the Senate. Hopefully they pass it, then it will help the next deputy governors.
It is being seen as if deputy governors are only important as we are looking for office. You know, once you get to office, you might as well just be a flower boy or a flower girl for all I care. And with that, then, how does that translate to the promise that you gave to the people of EMC today in terms of deliverables that were there? During the time when now it is to respond to Wananchi's concern, are you in that mix, or does the governor just carry that burden alone? And how does that then affect?
For me now, I've decided to speak up because I don't want to be fried. Where I was not, I've not done much. I've given all the advice. And I'm telling my people, I've already advised the governor, given all the advice that I feel things should go. And if that advice is not taken, I am stepping out. So that then I am not crucified with him. And it's not only me. There are quite several of the deputy governors. Remember, there is one who just resigned. The deputy governor for Homa Bay just resigned. And the one for CIA is out of office. The one for Trans Nzoia is out of office. And several are just surviving. They're just surviving. So what happens? You have 2 options as a deputy governor. If you still want to be relevant in politics, you speak up, or you just die a slow death and exit the political scene. And that is what will happen to most of us, I'm afraid. The deputy governor for Laikipia is already head on with his boss because he thinks he can do a better job. And The tragedy is this, that development is led by politics. And I think that is the biggest challenge that we have at the county governments, that the politician, the senior most politicians, then decides what happens. Although in Elgeyo Marakwet we have a different way. In Elgeyo Marakwet we have an Equal Development Act, whereby our money is like we are actually implementing what development fund. So all our development funds come to the county, and then it is shared along the 20 wards. And every ward has their money, and we're also leading in terms of public participation. And after we do a lot of in-depth public participation, we identify the projects. It is us as an executive to do the design, the PQs, and implement. Then the MCs will come and oversight. But now you see, a project is funded to the tune of 4 million, maybe a road. But when you go to the ground, you don't see a road that looks like 4 million. You have you buy an equipment. What 7.5 million?
You have the BQs. You have the oversight, the supervision by the MCA.
Yes, the MCA will do it.
Yeah. So how does it not translate? Because the budget approval happens at the
county
assembly.
government.
At the county government.
County assembly, sorry.
So then the project is implemented
by the executive.
Yes. And it is consumed by the constituents of that ward.
Yes.
So the person in charge of making sure that the money we approved and the quality of the project we approved is implement. The person in charge of that is the MCA, right?
Yeah.
So when there is no that tallying from beginning to the end, who is held accountable?
Of course, the executive.
The executive.
Yeah, that is the county assembly and then the county executive.
But then now here you have a deputy.
At specific department.
Correct. Yeah. Then you have a deputy governor like yourself who is saying the way we are managing our county is not competent enough. We can do better.
Yes, we
don't do quality service provision to our people. But the MCAs whose roads are not built up to standard are not with you. Where is the disconnect?
But the people,
I'm using your county as an example.
Yes, let's use Elgeyo Marakwet as an example. How I pick these matters is there are complaints from the community, and sometimes they come to the office to ask how about this, what happened, we are complaining, or they just share it in social media, take a photo, and people are complaining about it. So I take that opportunity to go around and say what is really not happening. And even before I go speak out in public, I have already talked to the department. I have even raised it to the governor. And in the department, you speak to the CC.
Yeah.
And I speak to the governor. Where we've not sat to talk, I just make sure I've shared that information with him and give it time to see how they respond to it. And where they have not responded completely, then I've now decided just to be the spokesperson for the community.
What's the response of Senator Kisang? Because at the end of the day, he is playing oversight for the county, ensuring that even funds, he lobbies for funds that come to Elgeyo Marakwet. So one would then hope that if there is problem between the governor and the deputy in terms of executive working together and delivering to the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, as the oversight body, as the senator, does he play any role in ensuring that is seamless working within the county, especially at the executive level?
Yeah, the role of the senator, of course, is still to source for funding for the county, and also to oversight the projects. And before it even gets to him, somebody has to raise it from the ground. And since I am at the ground, daily I'm in Elgeyo Marakwet, so I get it faster and even before the senator gets it. And mine is not to expose the governor or to show that there is bad working relationship, but just to make sure that department delivers. So my role is I want to raise these issues, not to castigate anyone or to just to make sure that department can respond. And on several occasions, I raised the issue of hospitals, and I see now something is happening. And I raise it to the governor, I raise it to the minister, the CCM, and I also raise it to the hospital in charge to say, why is this complaint happening? And sometimes you go to the hospital, you speak to the patients, they give you these challenges. So mine is to say, can we do better now? Not tomorrow.
But now.
Let's not wait for the come for second time and then we do better. No, let's do better now. So that as we exit, we see where we have given service delivery. And for the three of you, you are Kenyans. Maybe I think Nduh is not, but she has been socialized. You should get a Kenyan name. I'll give you one today.
Well,
you look like a chebet. Those girls who go get us.
We will do public participation.
So what we need is that value for money. I can guarantee you that there's a lot of money going to the county governments. But if today you come down there, you may not see anything. For us, we've had like now $1 billion every year for the last 4 years. That is 4 billion. And I can say if you go round...
That's your own source?
No, that is from the national government. Okay. Our own source is very little because Elgeyo Marakwet is a small county. I think we are doing at the range of 300 million. And you don't see something tangible.
And whose responsibility is that, DG?
It is the executive, where I sit in as the vice chair. At the county government, we have a cabinet chaired by the governor. I sit in as the vice chair and the 10 ministers. And sometimes we have management where we bring the chief officers who are the accounting officers. And we agree everything, government approvals, but reality on the ground is different.
Well, then I want to...
Whether it's incompetence, whether it is what you call corruption,
No, we call it incompetence.
I can't
we
say
call
that.
it incompetence because that's what it is. If you're given a responsibility and a duty and resources and a team to help you deliver and you're not able to deliver, it is nothing else. You're purely incompetent. You cannot do the job. And this cuts across not just, your county, but across the nation. That's what the nation is talking about. Even our tax revenue, we collect so much money. We do budget allocation. We do projects evaluation and prioritizing. But then when it comes to implementation, we don't get what we paid for. That is the corruption 101. Now, my question is this. When you look at the county government's layout, you have the MCAs, you have the ward admins, you have have an entire structure.
A whole structure,
that is meant to make sure that utilization of our resources is optimized.
Even at the level of ward, we have what we call project management committee, who are representative of the people.
Of the people. So, when as a DG, you come out and say that, folks, we're getting a road deal. Then you have this whole structure that is not complaining with you. Because I would expect by the time a DG is saying this is not working, the committee at the ward level, the ward admin, the CEO, the CEC,
the directors,
the senator would be in unison with you saying, indeed, what the DG is saying is not personal. It is purely professional opinion that we are not delivering for our people. What is this that is stopping the rest of the team to rally with you and say, we can do better together?
I can confirm to you that all the people below the chief officers are complaining.
They are complaining.
But they don't have a voice. That's the directors up to the ward level. They're complaining. And since they don't have a voice, I decided to be this voice. In any case, now that I don't have a specific job, I am going to do this. And my take is this. Somebody will ask, what do you expect to gain out of this? To gain out of this is that either you see a sin and close your eyes, see no evil, hear no evil, or you see it and speak about it in the hope that someone else will pick it up from there. I don't have any legal any legal responsibility to sue anything or to write a whole report. But now I am expecting that as I raise these issues, the MCS can pick it up, the senator can pick it up. Even if we assume that there could be some corrupt practices, there could be maybe conflict of interest, then other government organizations can pick it up and see what happens.
If there wasn't this shadow of the idea that deputy governors are undermined, would Professor Cheserek be raising some of these issues of things not working according to policy in the county? As in, is it a direct result of the feeling of being undermined that pushes you to say, okay, well, the executive is failing here? If there was clear-cut path and saying, here you have a budget which you're operating, you have things that you're doing, would these issues come up?
I think so, because I think it is, for me, it's a personality issue. Where I've been before, I would like to see results, I'm involved, and I feel the pinch because I'm involved in the entire process, the planning, the budgeting, even in the way documents are submitted. Because my governor has given me a leeway. Sometimes I chair the cabinet on his behalf. So we do all these good things. Finally, it goes to the assembly. They approve. The budget comes back, and we don't deliver good. And it comes out of again lack of an open forum where we have a discussion with the governor to now air out these things. So you keep sharing, and you don't really get to have a good discussion on how things are happening. And let me tell you, and I don't know where you got this from, because as a governor, it is assumed that you appoint CECs who are professionals in that area, just like even the structure of the national government to the county government. And you need to give those people opportunity to deliver. So I don't know whether as we do the documentation, because I did a lot I really pursued the development of our CIDP. I personally took that responsibility to make sure that the document is well done and it is there. And I've followed up the review now. And I want to see, can we deliver something? I am this leader who wants to see results. Not just to sit there. Of course, some DGs have just decided to earn their salary and go home. I'm not that kind of a person. I want to earn salary for where I have done some work. So it is not out of any coercion. It's only that we are getting to the end of this. What are we going to speak to the people?
You have no report to show, and that concerns.
And for the first 2 years, we did well. The 23-24. Even despite me having no budget, and I could see things were moving, 23-24. But 25, I started seeing the challenge.
So a short, straightforward question. So why are your MCAs then not impeaching the governor?
Maybe it will still get to that, I don't know. And we have just gotten into the electioneering year. Everybody is scared of touching anyone. So maybe the only person who has nothing to lose is the deputy governor to speak out.
Did you
now
mention
MCA and governor, they were wanting to come back for the second term.
You mentioned earlier that you look at the approvals in terms of development in the county. Say it's a road worth 4 million, Bob. But when you go to the ground, that road is not worth 4 million. So that means there has been misappropriation of resources when it comes to development that ought to get to the people of Elgeyo Marakwet. So with that being there, and a DG has raised this issue, we're looking at 5 other counties where deputy governors are in office, and Kenyans are asking, why then do we need deputy governors if at all there is no role they're playing if others have decided to leave office?
I think there's a step that they keep missing. I don't know if it is only in my county or the other counties. After we've done the planning, the entire planning, before the budget goes to the controller of budget, we are supposed to sign, co-sign with the governor. But that opportunity is missed out. That was introduced 2 years ago, but it has not happened. Actually, 2 financial years ago. The one that we are working on now should be the third one. But it has never been brought to my attention to sign it. So those could be some of the
violation.
Those could be some of the loopholes. I hope no one is forging my signature for that case. And sorry, I just missed your question.
Yep. So
the essence of deputy governor.
In our discussions, because we were very active from the word go. We used to have several meetings to the extent that you have capacity building trainings for governors, and there's no capacity building training for deputy governors, and this falls under the Council of Governors. So to us, we see it like it is kind of this an agreement at the Council of Governors to make sure that the deputy governors don't have a say, to actually step down on you so that you are not. They fear that you can be more popular than them, because most of us are technocrats, most of us have experience, we are professionals, we have experience from elsewhere, and we wanted to move counties further so that they can see that there's a real development. So then that fear, it's actually some fear among governors that you should not speak. I remember sometimes earlier on, I was not even allowed to go into speak into a radio station. And I asked, no, that is my constitutional right. Not even as a deputy governor, but as Professor Cheserek. You cannot stop me from talking. So I was almost being gagged not to speak. Yeah, but I jumped out of that pot, and now I am a free Kenyan to speak, and I'm happy the people of Elgeyo Marakwet are with me.
Would I be right by saying that if there is a constitutional demand that in every project there is that you together with the governor must co-sign, but we see that
the entire budget for the year.
If we look at the fact that you have not co-signed on the same, and we're seeing projects being implemented left, right, center, isn't that an illegality from the word go? Because at the end of the day, the process is where it's important. So if the process is flawed, then everything else that follows after is wrong. So would I be right by saying that that is an illegality in Elgeyo Marakwet County?
So maybe it's something that someone can check for the other counties. I remember the first year it was introduced, that was 24-25. Some deputy governors reported, because I told you I'm the secretary, reported that they signed, but majority of us did not sign. Then we said, let us wait, maybe it is still coming. It has not come. The second year passed. We didn't see that document. So it could be an illegality, but you see who is supposed to answer to that. There must be controller of budget. Yeah, should be checking what is happening here. We have made a proposal which is unconstitutional, that either in this amendment to the County Government Act, either we empower the office of the deputy governor or we remove it. But you see, removing it is interferes with the constitution. So it's easier to just make sure that you have some specific roles of a deputy governor. There are some 3 counties whereby a deputy governor is a CC of a certain department. So that way they are, but still it does not constitutional. It is not. It is in the County Government Act. Because then, if I am the CC for example environment, so it means I sit in cabinet as a deputy governor, but when I go to the meeting of the CCM, I am just one of them. So then it actually lowers the cadre of a deputy governor, and that you are not able to. Actually, you are supposed to help the governor oversee all the departments. And he can align you with 2 or 3 departments. Say, why don't you supervise this on my behalf? Supervise this. So it's not, again, lack of budget and work. You just go to the office and you don't know what you're supposed to do. So that we can. People like us who've been from the professional ways, you're like,
but then
what am I delivering at the end of the month?
Prof, when you are subscribing to that kind of an arrangement that I'm going to deputize you as my governor, you knew, because the role of a deputy governor and the governor are well prescribed. And then as a deputy, you serve at the behest discretion of the governor. So you kind of knew, and this is what I was speaking to earlier, that now people develop an appetite because you feel like it'd be more useful, but then the usefulness that you want to provide kind of threatens the governor's existence, and this strains the personal relation. But away from what is not working, are there counties where, in your opinion, as a secretary of the deputy governors, are there counties where the relationship between a governor and their deputy is amicable and it is working? And how has that impacted the performance of that county?
Yes. We heard from the deputy governor from Kirinyaga, deputy governor Mombasa, and deputy governor Bungoma. They reported they are working well with the governor because they have been given some responsibility. And Kajiado, yeah, the DG for Kajiado is in charge of disaster. So you can sit every day, Monday to Friday, just checking, is there any disaster? The one for, and also the one for Lamu is in the CC for health, and Mombasa is the CCM for environment.
But that sounds like a violation of the regulations.
Kirinyaga one has been given she's actually doing the deputy governor's work. He supervises all the departments on behalf of the governor. And when the governor comes, he gives feedback to the governor on what is happening. Yeah. So now where the, a deputy governor, a governor is very busy. Let's get it from that point. He has to attend national meetings. He has to attend to partners. He has to go abroad. He has to attend Senate to respond. But the deputy governor is there most of the time. So this is the person who actually should be, closely advising the ministers, advising the chief officers whenever they have a challenge.
Okay.
And we actually do this. The only issue is sometimes you advise and they don't take it. It's like they are waiting for someone else to do this. You are not the overall boss.
So what I'm hearing you say is that the folks that you essentially oversight as a deputy governor are actually looking for a higher...
Not really oversight, supervise.
Supervise, fine.
Supervise,
are looking for a higher authority to endorse this action.
Maybe, but it could be in matters of service delivery. Yeah, not for what, just how to implement their development budget. Not to check on how much they're using on DSA to travel, no. Just to say, could we do this?
So if the governor
let me give an example of a bursary. So we have approved the list of a bursary, and there could be a delay in delivery of that check to that school.
Okay.
What is wrong with that deputy governor telling the CCM, could you fast track this?
So this is what I'm saying.
This is the
so
kind
the
of
CCM would, if Professor Chesarek came and said, can we get these checks moving along? Go. The CCM...
Could we have a timeline, maybe 7 days?
Right.
Just have it,
So what you're saying is that CCM would wait, still hold on to that. But if Governor Wisely came and said, move this thing, we would see the thing go tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you think that this would be easier if the governor, him or herself, took the responsibility of ensuring everybody knew what this deputy governor is supposed to do?
Yes.
Or to say, look, this is the person who is my deputy. They already have...
You can say that in word, but you should do it in action.
So this is not done, is what you're saying?
You have to say it in action. Sometimes the governor will say, please respect my deputy governor, but is it real? And the fact that the governor now is not here every day causes delays in service delivery.
Okay. So these delays are not because the service cannot be delivered. Because there is an unspoken rule that we have to wait for the governor to be available before we get certain things done. It seems like this service delivery disruption is coming about as a result of an unwritten understanding that it is the governor who is essentially the god of the county.
And you see, if we follow that route, then it means we are saying that one person who is the governor is the CCM for agriculture, is the CCM for water, is the CCM for roads, is the CCM for that. And that causes a lot of delays in terms of service delivery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, remember that during a campaign period, a governor and the now deputy, paraded themselves as the pair that were going to deliver for the county. So at that point, the deputy governor, was fantastic. Knew everything. I'm still trying to understand.
There was value.
I'm still trying to understand how now, when sworn in, a deputy governor almost becomes valueless. If we can understand that, and then we have to ask a difficult question, which you alluded to, is that if this is the story, I mean, it goes far back as the last administration when Nyeri had the same problem. We saw the same problem in Kajiado, which Kajiado is okay now, but Kajiado had that problem last administration, whereby a deputy governor can go for 7 months without being paid just because West Pokot also the same thing. We have a DG who is resident in the United States of America and is earning a salary, but you don't feel the effect. Now, this is a hard question. If you don't feel the effect, and the CECM also isn't really going to rely on you, they wait for the governor. Perhaps that question that you yourself asked earlier is to really then look at whether it is necessary to have the position of deputy governor, because it seems as though things are going to go on whether you're there or not.
It's a difficult situation. It is a personality issue. And where you feel you are threatened, that is how you want to behave, like a one-man or a one-woman show. But if you are comfortable in your seat, like no deputy governor was even aspiring to be a governor in for the last 3 years or 4 years. Maybe now this is the time they're coming out to say, I can do better than this guy or this lady. Our concern is, could we do better? And since you have this very senior person, can this person assist the way the Constitution says, assist the governor in service delivery?
So, Prof, when you're governor of Elgeyo Marakwet in 2028, Professor Cheserak, when you are the governor of Elgeyo Marakwet,
assuming I vie,
will you want to have a deputy?
For me, because I've been, I am somebody who I want to delegate. I give people the opportunity to deliver, have a plan, delegate, let them deliver. We review and we see the results. If I was a governor today, this is what I would do. I would, one, have a discussion with my deputy governor. Where is your strength? Like for me, I'm an environmentalist. I am an associate professor of environmental human ecology. And when I see messes in water sector, when I see messes in the way seedlings are being delivered, it pains me that the people will say, but we have a whole professor in charge of this, and yet I am not in charge. So if I was a governor today, I sit down with my deputy governor. What is your strength? The deputy governor for Isiolo is a whole medical doctor. What is wrong with that medical doctor supervising the health sector? He may not be the CC, but let him be assisting the governor to supervise that sector. Where we have an economist, like our friend in Siaya, can he supervise the finance department for you? And revenue generation and all these things. And then after you've now identified, if they don't want to, if they are not, because they are deputy governors who are just politicians or maybe former MPs, then you give them 3 departments to supervise on your behalf. And wait for that DG to give you feedback and listen to the deputy and implement what the deputy says. Don't now go again at the back of the deputy governor to speak to the CC, go again behind the back of the CC to speak to the chief officer. It is not good. It's not good.
Now, in your opinion, fine. So you would want to have a deputy governor.
Let me finish by saying,
yes.
Human beings are... I was reading a book. It says human beings are spirits in touch with material things. Every human being wants to be appreciated. Every human being wants to be seen to contribute something. Every human being wants, even as you go to a meeting, say, this is my deputy governor. Let her stand and maybe greet you. This is my CCs. And behind the CCs are my chief officers. They can stand and wave so that you are seen to work as a team. You cannot expect, and we have allowed the governor to take all the credit. No one is competing with my governor specifically. We have allowed him to take all the credit. But all we said is, can you recognize the team that worked to deliver this? So that then they feel part and parcel of this. I see a lot of how would I put it? I see a lot of, I mean, the staff are not, they feel they are not appreciated. Disillusioned, they're disillusioned, they're not appreciated. At the level of a director, feeling disillusioned means that department is dead, because this is the technical person in that department.
So which begs for the question, Prof.
So then this, a governor should be the head and allow everybody else to do their work.
Which still begs the question. In your opinion, in your professional assessment, if you are to give feedback to Kenyans, when we are going for governors, because in around 350 days, again we go,
Actually
less. Actually, in 40 weeks, we go for the public participation, party primaries.
Yeah.
So we will do the filtering and decide who will be the candidates. Given your experience as a DG, and given your experience as the secretary of the deputy governor, so you have experience across the country on how the offices of the governors are operating, what are some of the things we need to look at when we are going for these gubernatorial candidatures? Because if we get it wrong from what you're saying, that one office, that one person is in charge of so much that affects so many for so long until the next electoral cycle. What should we be keen and looking at? Because if the DG there is a technocrat, should they be the governors? Should we have professionals who understand, like a CEO, how to run a multi-billion? Because every county is a multi-billion company.
Billion,
What should we be looking at? What are some of the traits? What are some of the elements, considerations?
Wow. Number one is I think we made a mistake to make a governor to be an elected person. Making it a political seat was a mistake from the word go. Because then he's also conflicted in a way that he's supposed to be talking politics and yet he's supposed to be implementing projects. So when I speak that this project was not done, I am seen to be against the governor. And yet it could be the reality. And you step on this other side and you want to be pro-people. So you're pro-people. You know, as a CEO, you don't agree with anybody as long as you deliver to them. If the CEO of Standard Group the target is to sell a certain amount, to raise a certain amount of money at the end of this financial year, that is it. But he will go his way, step on everybody, but he gets his target. But for a governor, you are supposed to hit that target, but at the same time be nice to the people. So a governor is split into two. But the number one, I would say, any governor who is not in good relationship with his deputy governor, number one, should not be re-elected.
Why? What if the deputy governor is the problem? Because then there is also what governors are saying, that by the virtue that deputy governor as well came in, say if it's in two different ethnic communities in one county, deputy governors have also come with their own horns who say, if it were not for me, you would not be governor, so you equally better respect me. So on the other hand, the governors want to deliver, but it is the deputy governors who are bringing them down. So
actually, there are deputy governors who came in much later, like myself. You see, in this country, after primaries, party primaries, there is ODM zone, there was UDA zones. So, like, if you pass the preliminaries, you're almost guaranteed of getting the job. But the ones who were vying for governor and then they agreed to not to, that's a problem. So I'm saying, this is my proposal. Any governor who has not worked well with their deputy governor should not be re-elected. Why? If you could not manage that one person under him, how is he going to manage the rest of the county? Number two, let us get people with experience in management of public funding in the billions. Let's get people with experience. Not novice guys coming from I don't know where. Let's get people with experience. And the tragedy for Elgeyo Marakwet is interesting because my governor was a deputy governor, and he also felt he was being neglected by the governor, and now he has continued this neglect. So you see, anybody who's neglecting their deputy should not come, and let us get people qualified, people with some experience on how to manage, and also somebody with a people somebody who has done some psychology, or we can prescribe a course in psychology to governors.
Yeah.
Interestingly, there are courses that governors are supposed to do at Kenya School of Government.
Yeah.
A very good governor would take advantage of that to fill in the gap where you feel you are not competent. I'm not demonizing my governor. There's quite a lot that we've done, but I want him to give me the space to assist him identify projects which are not done well, so that then the CCM can correct. Unless now he has a problem. You see, if I'm correcting the CCM and the governor is protecting the CCM, which means he has interest. And this now can come to conflict of interest.
Really quickly, is there a conversation that you've ever had with the governor to say, come on, can we actually, sort this out? Have you?
I'm waiting for him to call me to that discussion.
Have you initiated
it?
Have you asked?
No, it is the boss to...
Well, you're the one who has there's an issue among the DGs.
I'm just raising... No, for the DGs, we've already gone to Senate.
Okay.
In the proposals that we want the roles of the DG to be properly aligned in law, so that then as you come in as a deputy governor. Otherwise, if you look at what we are going through, most people will refuse to take the position of being a deputy governor.
I hear you. Dr. Grace Professor Grace Chesarek is the Deputy Governor of Elgeyo Marakwet County and has been here with us this morning. There's a lot that still needs to be unpacked from this. It's a constitutional office, and you're elected as, a pair. So it would be necessary to have all of this sorted. But thank you for giving insights into this with us today. We really appreciate you being here for the first time. We're looking forward to more conversations.
Thank you so much. The time was too short. I hope to have time to come again, and also have time to invite my colleagues to share the experience so that we build a better county next time. Thank you so much.
Necessary. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Timbor. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen is set to appear before the National Assembly Security Committee next Tuesday to respond to concerns over rising political violence across the country. The lawmakers cited recent incidents in Homa Bay, warning that escalating violence could threaten national security and plunge the country into chaos ahead of the 2027 general election. The committee was debating a statement sought by Gilgil MP Martha Wangare on violence reported at political rallies.
It is regrettable that despite the recurrence of these incidents, decisive action has yet to be taken to bring the perpetrators to account. You should ask some of us who every day we have to deal with these matters of banditry in our place, where lives are lost. Now we are having people actually carrying pangas in public. Like, I'm in shock what happened in Homa Bay. I'm yet to fathom.
Honorable Speaker, I would urge that let them extend this inquiry for many months that have happened since last year. And we want an expedited answer as soon as practically possible, because once we go for the recess, we are going to have many of these rallies.
The MPs also raised concerns over alleged cases of sexual assault during the recent unrest, urging security agencies to take the situation seriously.
Exactly how many women were raped, or if there are investigations, because on cases of rape, women are very shy to come forward.
Honorable Speaker, the investigations must be thorough and those who are concerned arrested, because if no action is taken, we risk seeing this country degenerate into a state of anarchy.
The lawmakers, however, called on political leaders and their supporters to exercise tolerance as political activities intensifies ahead of the polls.
Let us stop emotions. If your colleague is having a rally, just relax and put your own rallies. But Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to say no to this bad behavior.
Every Kenyan has a right to go anywhere in this country, to seek for votes anywhere in this country, and therefore we cannot encourage. Otherwise, we shall not be able to carry out our campaigns across the country in peace.
Democracy has given us freedom of speech. But the way we are carrying out this democracy and freedom of speech, we have reduced it to a question of calling each other names and inciting on our words, the power of our words.
Given the urgency and the importance of this, which is actually a national issue, security concern, we are going to prioritize to be among the matters to be addressed by the minister on Tuesday.
Stakeholders at Malindi, Kilifi County are calling for increased funding for the ESCC in the 2027-2028 financial year. Speaking during a public consultation forum at the Red Cross Auditorium in Malindi, the stakeholders led by Reverend James Njiha and Ustad Athman Ali Said Saad urged the ESCC to expand public awareness campaigns, particularly in rural areas, on the effects of corruption and how to fight it.
Tunasema ya kwamba hiyo bajeti wanaotaka wapatiwe, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ambao tunatarajia watafanya. Tumetoa maoni yetu na tumeona ni vizuri pia kuwe na civic education ili kutoka vijijini watu waelewe na wafahamu.
Tumetoa maoni yetu kama washikadau na wameyachukua, na tuna imani watayafanyia kazi, na pambana na ufisadi katika nchi ya Kenya itakuwa ni jambo ambalo linaitwa collective responsibility, sio tume peke yake.
ESCC Anti-Corruption Unit Director Vincent Okoh said the commission will reconsider the recommendations, including greater public awareness and increased involvement of young people in the fight against corruption.
Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, nataka kuomba serikali wazidi kuempower hii SC, kwa sababu ni sekta muhimu ya kupigana na ufisadi, na ufisadi ndio unaregesha nyuma katika maendeleo yetu ambayo tunayaona katika nchi zetu. Kwa hivyo wapewe pesa, wafanye kazi mashinani, wa create awareness katika jamii yetu, hasa sisi vijana ambao tunadhulumiwa katika upande wa ufisadi.
And the High Court has ruled that Kenya Power violated the constitution by disconnecting electricity to some Nairobi County government offices over unpaid bills. Justice Jairus Nga said Kenya Power should have first used the legal mechanism for resolving disputes between national and county governments before cutting off power. The case followed a February 2025 power disconnection that affected county operations and raised concerns over essential services, including hospitals, fire stations, water facilities, and street lighting. The court has directed Kenya Power not to disconnect power to essential county services without following the rule. The ruling further requires county debts to be reported to the National Treasury. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes.
That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settlers, they're just promised, they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na yeye ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of the Situation Room on this Friday morning. The last one for the week, and even as we do, we're talking about things, but hoping that as we converse onto action for a number of issues as we're getting into them into this hour. Our Youth Perspective conversation at this hour looks into how young people, and the majority of what we see are young people, and why they are being used and how they're allowing themselves to be used, and why this continues to be a thing. Especially when we're looking into what we've experienced most recently with the violence that we see. Not who perpetrated it, but who was being used to have that conversation with us this morning. Already partially seated. Both our guests will be with us shortly, but for us to get into this conversation proper, Mary Kathomi is a political and governance analyst, and she joins us in the Situation Room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, and thank you for being here. Karaoke Gonjiri is a national youth leader with UDA. He should be with us shortly for us to get into this conversation. But even as we get into it, we're going to start with today's proverb, with Dennis will share, and he'll tell you where that's from.
So today we are in Mauritius, a country, a population of 1.3 million people, huge in tourism, manufacturing, and considered to be a financial hub. Now, we talk about the tourism. One bird, unfortunately, in the 1600s was diminished completely by the Europeans. So it was hunted. We no longer have the dodo bird unless you read about it or look at the historical evidence that it once existed. The proverb this morning: a short person hangs his bag where his hand can reach. A short person hangs his bag where his hands can reach. How would you interpret it?
You do what you're able to do. Don't stretch too much. What is within your ability. Yeah, because if you're short, you're not going to put your bag too far away. It has to be within your reach. Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
I think even if they trade, they just can't. You can only reach where you can.
You can take a stool, but just work within your range. Yeah.
Well interpreted, Asante.
Yeah.
So let's start off this conversation, and that why do you think, or what do we see? Because all of this plays in theory that has been studied and then practiced, and that we see towards governance. Why is it that certain people can be used to do certain things? For example, if goons are to be hired, we don't see that whomever hired them go into villages, cities, towns, and get older people to come into the street. Why? Why do you think, from a psychological perspective?
I think it's poverty. The poverty levels. That's why politicians will ensure people are poor. Economically challenged people are easily manipulated. And look, these are the young people. They are jobless, learned, desperate. They're just there in the villages. And most of the time, they make sure these young people are on drugs, wamevuta bangi, they're not in their senses when they do these things. Case an example, what happened in Homa Bay, extreme, you're not going to get a busy person involving themselves in violence in any way. So poverty works very well for politicians. Yeah.
And the same poverty is a social construct, in my opinion. That People call them leaders and politicians. I don't. I refer to them as our employees, and I think we need to put them in the right place because we pay them to do specific jobs. These employees, they work so hard to make sure that there are limitations for these young people. The economic endowment does not get to them. The not empowerment. We've misused that word. But the economic liberation is not experienced by the young people. So there's sort of a reserve for energy at disposal for this, our employees, the politicians, that when the need arises, like now in the political campaigning season, they will tap into that reserve. They'll tap into the youth and say, you know what, you can come and help me mobilize. You can come and cast aspersions on my opponent. Are we people not woke enough to realize that if indeed poverty is a social construct, if indeed whatever you're doing is not in the interest of this politician, our own interest, in the interest of the politician, can we not convert that power and say that no, it is about time we start disagreeing with somebody who is not serving our interest? Because even if you're paid for the day, tomorrow you could be in hospital. Tomorrow, you could be dead. Tomorrow, you still be jobless. But that person goes back to office for another 5 years, earning a very high
salary.
Yeah.
We've lifted this. You call them servants. They're actually supposed to be servants. Yeah. But we've elevated our politicians to the level of demigods. We no longer look at them as they're supposed to serve us. We serve them. Right. And when you talk to people out here in the streets, before, years back, everyone went to school to build a career, a profession. Now, every young person wants to be in politics to be rich. So being a politician is your road to richness. It's not your road to service. It ceased being a service job in this country. So when you look, and the problems that you're going through as a country right now, it never used to be this serious. But right now, Goonism is really coming. It's a serious problem. No one is talking about it, but it's going to be a very serious problem in 2027. Every single politician is building up a battalion of goons to use at disposal. Who are these people? Unemployed young people. They are building, they're collecting all machetes, guns, and everything. It's a very bad place we're getting ourselves as a country. And I don't know what are the numbers of joblessness in this country. People are jobless in this country. And very learned people. Parents work very hard to take these children into school.
Right.
Akishafika shule, they go back to the villages. What are they doing in those centers? Smoking, idling, and you know what happened to an idle mind? So, and now all the money is with the politicians. They've corrupted, they've stolen the CDFs, they've dealed, they're will dealing in government circles. They have all the money. And you can imagine when it's a survival for a human being, like they need to eat. They'll just do anything. They just do anything. And then there's the level also of programming, psychologically, they've programmed these people. And it's a big problem when you look at Nyanza. I've been into all sections of Nyanza. Politically, on political meetings.
Right.
And there's that community has been programmed for violence. You can actually attribute that to the low levels of voter turnout in Nyanza, the entire Nyanza. You can just not hold a political meeting anywhere. An MC has to allow you. Someone has to know. It's just not like any other part of the country. So for me, when you see that and the levels we've gotten to, the levels of poverty in this country, the amount of money in the hands of politicians, this is a catalyst for disaster in the happening.
I mean, as we talk about perpetuation of Goonism in the country, insecurity getting into our politics, one asks the question then, has society, the Kenyan society, accepted or surrendered to the fact that Goonism and insecurity is part and parcel of our politics? That when we see it happening, it's just another incident that happened. Because at the end of the day, you look at even conversations when you are having today, we've seen Goonism before. It has been allowed. Police and goons working hand in hand. So Kenyans are not surprised. It's just another day in office. Goonism has occurred. We will move on as if nothing happened. We've
been cooking a very dangerous meal, and it started in 2024. Gen Z demonstrations, where politicians paid up goons and they would walk with the police. People are saying these things, and the mind is conceptualizing what is happening. There is that subtle acceptance that, what? Goons and police are working together. It's not mainstream, but people can see these things are happening. And there's that subtle language in the Kenyan political spheres that as a politician, kama una goons, kura itaenda. Kura inaibiwa. So what are politicians doing? Wanajipanga, And this is bad. It's been there, but I think it's now coming up and up and up. And people say it's mainstream, it's in courts, elections are not free and fair. So people are pushing to have free and fair elections. What do? Protect your vote. How are they protecting the vote? Apart from the people protecting the vote, people are building a battalion of goons to protect the vote. So there's always a reason. So if you ask me, is the failure of government, is the failure of the system that is bringing up a whole other line of created security, created protection, because the government is failing. People have lost faith in government, in institutions. The IEBC is not seen to be independent. It has to be seen to be independent in the eyes of the people. Right now, if you talk to so many Kenyans and ask them, is IEBC independent? Generally, it doesn't matter your political affiliation. Many will tell you, no, it's not independent. How, or say, like the chairman brought in, everyone is talking, this guy didn't even apply for the job, is the chairman of IEBC. So that level of independence seems to be, a society has to exist in a place where law works, institutions work. The Kenyan society is losing all that. The constitution has just become like a document, like a PR document. So when we get into those places, we are disintegrating the society bit by bit by bit, and the politicians have not actually conceptualized how much this is a danger to this country.
To the country. Yeah. Now, so you have that on one side. On the other hand, you have the youthful uprising, where we are saying this is the moment for the youth to take charge of their country. This is the moment for the youth to even go for the electoral positions and participate actively in this discourse, dismissing the legacy politicians and ushering in a new birth for the country. When you look at the violence that is being perpetrated, the high cost of campaigning, it calls for a chest of funds that the youth do not have. And therefore, this may lead to a limitation of participation by qualified young people who can assume positions, but the virtue of the requirement, you're not able to mobilize goons and resources, you're not able to position yourself as an aspirant or a candidate. How do you bridge the gap as the youthful young people who want to give birth to new leadership, to new values, to upholding the rule of law? In existence of these circumstances, how do you give birth to the newness?
Civic education. We need a lot of civic education in this country. And a precedent was set by the Gen Z. You see the way the demonstrations in 2024 were mobilized. They were leaderless, they were tribeless, they were partyless. It was the first time in this country that we had months of demonstrations with no political leadership, with no center of power. But people woke up every day. Everyone was doing something small in their own spaces. A TikTok video, a graphic design, something. Everyone was doing something. And Kenyans took it upon themselves to educate the masses. People would interpret those small things even to vernacular language. So I think we've been told, we've been programmed, the millennials, the boomers, that, tunachagua serikali itatuongoza. Once we do that, we sort of tilt to our personal lives. And essentially, we don't have government right now. Government has failed the mandate of what a government is supposed to be. So for me, it is calling upon every single Kenyan to step into the space of doing small things in your society to bring change. And the biggest of them all is civic education. Look at it like this.
Right.
The Constitution has given people money to go to the streets. Just if you're unhappy, it's the people. The people shall, Violence is not allowed. So if people get out and speak against an ill in society, that is protected in the Constitution. So when you see, and I'm sorry to say, I see democracy is actually a fallacy in Africa. Because how do we talk about bringing young people to democratic spaces, seeking elective positions, and what is the budget for a gubernatorial seat? Hundreds of millions. Where is that young man going to get? When you look at gubernatorial seat, look at even at the MCA seat right now, anahitaji pesa ngapi kuomba ile kiti. So democracy has been built to be that expensive, to be a reserve of a particular group of people. So it is us, the people, not to fit into that narrative. You need the money to do this. We need to be able even to vote for people just by what they believe in, not the money aspect of it. So it's a call for the entire country. It's a call for the people to come forth and save the country themselves.
Well, Wanjiru, it's been said that the government has failed on its mandate, thereby creating loopholes where civilians are now being reduced to seeking even security, private security, in the name of goons. And among other challenges that are socially we are facing during this electoral cycle. Do you hold the same opinion that the mandate that should be discharged by the government, especially the institutions, the agencies, has been relegated to a level of dissatisfaction where Kenyans are feeling there are some measures we need to start taking ourselves? And in assuming those measures and responsibilities, now we are creating risk factors for the rest of us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And thank you for having me on SpiceFM. I think that, as you all know, that the primary responsibility of any government is to protect life and property. And it is not different for this administration. This administration has been there for 4 years now. And you remember, in the past administrations, we had issues of terror attacks in the country. There is no government, no administration that has been able to contain that for the last 10 years, even during the Kibaki era. I believe that the issue of the culture of goonship in Kenya is not an issue that is only to be blamed on one political divide. I think it's a whole Kenya's political ecosystem problem, which requires everyone in whichever capacity that they are, when they champion and canvass in their politics, to know that we must tackle this issue together and find a solution to it. There is no provision in the law for the citizens themselves to come out and protect themselves. And where we always have a problem is getting the difference between the definition of who is a goon and who is a supporter. Because if you remember the time when we had the Gen Z protest, for instance, there were a lot of cases where the police were accused of victimizing the young people and even hurting them because they are coming out aggressively to make certain chants and even sometimes throw stones as police officers. And as citizens of this country, we must agree that we have first to accept that every other person in this country will not come out to protect anybody when the police and the security agencies decide to take action against this. When someone is arrested in this country, for instance, and they are taken to a police station because of issues of hooliganism, sometimes because of politics, you will find the whole civil society, the whole political class coming out, guns blazing, saying, you're jailing our people. These are citizens. And the other day, the president actually asked the Kenyans, and he spoke to parents. He asked parents, when we decide to deal decisively with these youths who are being used and arrest them, will you come out and say that these are our children and they should not be touched?
But Ngujiri, even while that is an argument that one would make, there is equally the aspect that the government itself is seen as the chief perpetrator and perpetuator of Goonism in the country. Because if we still go back to 2024, the first few days of the protest were peaceful, we were leaderless and everything else. But as it progressed, we now saw individuals in civilian clothing with batons, not police officers, walking side by side by police officers. We saw Kenyans themselves coming out say, because police officers will not protect our businesses, we will take the responsibility of protecting our businesses because the police have failed to do that. So one then asks the question, is it an argument as well that government has failed to provide security to Wananchi?
The government is providing adequate security to Wananchi, and that is why we are having the conversation of how, as a people, we must deal with this goonship issue. But you know, the challenge that I think our police officers face is because the issue of activism in Kenya and people politicizing everything has actually taken over and overshadowed the legitimate cause of dealing with goonism. And I agree. I come from the UDA party, for instance. There are politicians within the UDA party who have previously been seen to be working in a cohort with young people who have caused mayhem. The opposition also, parties, DCP, we have also seen politicians also being seen with young people, goons, in political rallies. Just the other day, even in Homa Bay, you saw James Orengo. So it is not an issue that is only unique to government. But, you know, it starts with us accepting that this is a problem. And because it is a problem, let us differentiate between pointing fingers and actually coming out to offer solutions and making sure that everybody comes out and speaks against the culture of goonship in
Mary,
Kenya.
one would ask the question.
That's the challenge.
One asks this very simple question. Whose responsibility is it to provide security? Whose responsibility is it to gather intelligence, to investigate matters and ensure that justice is served, that security? Wananchi would say, I feel that when I leave my house, when Kenyans have indicated their need to demonstrate that I'm able to go to my business and come back home, whose responsibility is it to provide security?
Definitely, that's the responsibility of the government. But I feel the UDA administration, it's so funny. They've never felt like they won the election. You guys have been in leadership for 4 years, but you don't behave like you actually won the election. You won the election to lead a country, to rule a country. And 4 years down the line, you don't feel like you actually won the election. You've been on a campaign trail for 4 years. You're behaving like you don't have the machineries of power. Case in example, All Saints Cathedral, politicians send goons right in the church, UDA politicians. When you say it's a problem in both sides, remember who has the power, more of the power to do this. Who has the machinery? Who has the police at their disposal? In the Homa Bay attacks that happened last weekend, the police actually did their work. The police actually arrested the organizers of goonism before the Linda Mwananchi. The police was doing what they were supposed to do. Phone calls were made, the goons were released. The police are so demoralized. They actually want to do their work. I'm sure you're a Kenyan like me, you're a human being like me. When something is wrong, you know something is wrong. When a police officer is actually beaten to death by goons, it is wrong. So what am I trying to say? Let's stop doing PR. When things are bad, let's just accept things are bad. You, the ruling administration, you have the responsibility of ensuring there's security in the country. You have the responsibility of making sure there's the rule of law. And when it comes to the rule of law, everyone is supposed to follow the law. It doesn't matter where you come from. You know, I think in Kenya we have a serious problem. We do not separate politics from governance. We must separate those two things. The administration is supposed to be rule as per the constitution. So
Who collects intelligence? Who is funded by the taxpayer to collect intelligence? This is the government. They know what is supposed to happen next week way in advance. They can stop it. They could even have stopped the Linda Mwananchi. Don't go there, things are thick. You know, the government can give a declaration. The government can stop. But right now, it's murky. The government itself is so involved in the mayhem in this country. I know you want to blame the other side, but the government still has the responsibility of calling the country to order. They're not doing that. You know, and this is a very bad precedent that we're finding ourselves in. We are headed to an election in 2027, and everything happening right now, we are like adding firewood to a fire that is so explosive. So me, what I would say, can the rulers, the government, the CSs, the interior security, the NIA, can people do what they're supposed to do? Can we just switch off from politics for a second?
And I guess the cabinet secretary for interior has been very open about this matter. And he's actually asked politicians, because this is a politician's issue. It's not a UDA government's issue or opposition. It's a politician's issue. The whole political class has now to themselves, to whom much is given, much is expected. So each and every political party in Kenya must now come out and denounce this culture of Goonism and direct its members to behave within the confines of the law. That is the position.
But as that is could be the official position of the government, it is not just a political party's issue, because the violence is meted on civilians who are not even political party members. They may have attended the rallies, but you do know, and you'll agree with me, that there is also collateral damage, either of life or property. Therefore, this is a national security issue that is seeming to polarize our campaign terrain. And therefore, if it is not capped now, there is no telling on how far it can stretch. That's the fear Kenyans are having. We don't want to do fear mongering, because over and again you hear people saying, oh, we may have a 2007 moment. We are not going to have that, courtesy of Kenyans' commitment to peace accord, that we can have a peaceful electoral process. We can commit to that as Kenyans and denounce the violence and the perpetrators of the same. But as we work towards that, because I'm looking forward to a day where we Kenyans, the voters, let alone aspirants and candidates, we, the voters, will denounce and say, no, we are not coming to your rally if we don't agree with you. We are not going to come to your rally even if you pay us. I'm living for that day, and hopefully it happens within this year. But my question is this: why do you think there is a need for Goonism, for violent mobilization today? Why do you think there is that need?
The same thing. Politicians are now retreating to that as a way of trying to mobilize their political support and protect themselves. But this is how I see it.
Yes.
Looking at 2024, when people came out to the streets, there was a discussion on the force that the police can use to stop any mayhem. And you see, in the midst of such circumstances, we call it the circumstances of war, when you have a certain group, a vigilante group, coming out to cause mayhem. For instance, the burning of parliament.
And that was not a vigilante group, though.
And because those are not peaceful demonstrations. And in the midst, you have what you call the collateral damage. You know, people lose lives, unfortunately. And that is now blamed on the government. And the police carry that blame. So with that background and with that fear, sometimes even the police themselves would be afraid of coming out and using... You've seen demonstrations in countries like France. Police actually pin down people with a lot of force. Here in Kenya, you have seen situations where even people who are demonstrating, given a space to do whatever they want to do, coming out and provoking the police officers. Police officers have to restrain themselves and act within the law. But because of that whole ecosystem where you don't know who does what, so police officers are sometimes also afraid of coming out and using that brutal force, which sometimes is legitimate, because some of these guys in this mayhem are criminals. They are not genuine people who come to a political rally. They have come there with their own selfish agendas, and they want to cause mayhem.
The people
what borders the police protecting everybody else and the police dealing with these criminals is where now that line has been blurred, and people take personal responsibility these days. Even police officers, for instance, but whether by mistake or whatever, if they shoot a person, a criminal, for instance, that's a whole case. Okay? And they are the ones who will stand in the bus and they will answer those questions themselves. So, because of that background and the fear that there is going to be a lot of public outcry in how the police are dealing with these things, sometimes it's tricky for them, and as human beings, I personally understand them. That is why, as Kenyans, we must take our place and be responsible citizens. And also the political class must behave, and IEBC has all the tools that it has. The only way to pin down these politicians is to actually even nullify some of them if they will not heed to the electoral code of conduct.
I agree, actually. I agree with you that some of these individuals should not be allowed to run for office. But one thing is that instigated violence is not an accident. An accident is something that you cannot control. Now, when you see violence happening in the nature, somebody has made a conscious decision to do something, right? In a lot of cases, the violence that we see perpetuated in the political setting has often been pre-planned. It's not just in Kenya, it happens all over the world. It's a global phenomenon that it has been planned. There has been the acquisition of weaponry. There has been a thought process. There has been planning. There have been meetings. Things like that have happened. So it's not an accident. It was put together, and in a lot of cases has been financed, right? Now, in this, the word gets out a lot of times. So in that case, when the violence has been perpetrated, Homa Bay is the biggest example that we can use because it's the most recent one. What you're saying, are you saying that police in this case would not come out to help, or to come out and say, let's not put roadblocks as early as 4 a.m. on the road for whatever reason? Let us not come out and try to protect people from these machete-wielding individuals because they were afraid for what Kenyans would offer in backlash if they came out?
The source of anarchy in Homa Bay, like I have told you, and that's a very dangerous ecosystem, even for a police officer. Let me give you a case scenario. There are two groups. One that is trying to ask to stop people from accessing that place, and another one that wants to access this place. And if you actually remember, in Odhaya, at that church, in that instance, do you know there were actually two groups? There was one that was trying to stop people from going to that church, and there is another one that is coming out and saying we have to go to this church. So what happens in such a scenario? In my own, because I'm not a police officer and I'm not an expert in those things, I think the police have a responsibility to deal with both of the groups in accordance with the law. But now, and it goes back to the same culture that we've had in this country of the police always carrying the blame. What would have the police done in a situation where two groups come and clash? They are using machetes and everything. So, that's I would call it. Let me use the Swahili word. Hawa ni wahuni.
Can I tell you what the police would do?
In my own thinking, I think, if you ask me, the best way to deal with such scenarios. Scenario one, either deploy the strong brutal force of the police force. Because somebody who comes to a meeting with a machete, that's someone who can...
That's a criminal.
That's a criminal.
It's a criminal.
That's
Yes.
not somebody who can do anything.
Yes,
Criminal.
either do that, or number two, enforce it through the political heads that are leading these people, because they are known.
I'm going to go back to my question and hope we can get an answer. Are you saying that the police would not have gotten involved in Homa Bay because they were afraid of what public backlash would be?
No. I'm saying the police have a responsibility to stop whatever was happening.
And so they failed
in
on that
normal
responsibility.
scenario, they would throw a tear gas
Mm.
and
disperse the crowds.
And disperse the crowds. But sometimes, because of the volatility of that place, could be dangerous. That's why I said the primary responsibility of the police would have been to repel these people and use the brutal force to pull them away.
There's something.
But we didn't see any of those things happening.
So that we see the bigger picture. Perhaps. Because we can keep on sometimes stewing ourselves on what the problem is. And we may not actually pin it down. But in my opinion, the question was, why is there need to deploy, mobilize, fund, budget for violence? Is it that we have an ideological deficit? Are we light on ideas where we can say, you Mary, you can come, go wherever, as the Constitution provides, mobilize and speak with the people, implore on them to be your followers, and then leave. Then the next person can come the following hour, the following day. Why is it that we don't have ideas that are strong enough to pull people towards us, that we feel we must defend our mediocrity, our incompetence, and use these now nonchalant measures?
I think we've become intolerant. If you ask me, case and example, Homa Bay is it's portrayed the lowest, the desperation of an. Because let's just, Kaluma was captured in the Luo language, inciting and giving instructions. It's in the public gallery. That's not hidden. So this is a respected politician in this locality. So the police are listening. Okay. There are allegations, actually, the guys were actually arrested before. The police do their work. By the way, the police do a very good job in this country. The police actually informed and actually arrested the guy. The guy who was in the Standard headline some days before. Phone calls were made, and the guy was released. So the police, who is working to do what he's supposed to do, is so demoralized and looks back. What do I do? And when you talk about, the police needs to use force, you have to remember who sits in these policy government offices. They are politicians. They're sitting in parliament. They're in committees. They're in these offices. So the hands of the police feel tight. Actually, they are not telling us the truth. The death toll in Homa Bay is high. They're not telling us the truth. It's pretty high. I have people that were there. The number of people who have died in Homa Bay, even today, they will not tell us the numbers. All that would have been avoided. And coming back to what you're saying, what is a democracy? Is whereby you sell your ideologies, he sells his ideologies, mtu anaenda mahali anataka. Freedom of choice, you choose where you want to be. But what are we witnessing in this country right now? Someone has panicked. Someone has desperately panicked. It's like when you're wooing a woman, you don't force the woman to be with you. You just use your language. Danganya ile utadanganya. Rusha mistari for that woman to come towards you. That's the way you woo a woman. If she comes to you, she comes. If she chooses, you don't kidnap. You don't take that woman by force. So to me, the levels of goonism in this country, it is desperation by some people. But what I would call upon Kenyans, it is because the power is always with the people. I have seen in Kiambu County, opponents come and give people money. When that person comes for a public meeting, go, boo, beat. Do you know vijana ufanya nini Kiambu? They take the money, wanakula lunch. Na hiyo pesa ilikuwa maybe ya bangi, ya pombe, but they just go do lunch for a week. Like the young people have to come to the point of making that conscious decision. We will take the money. We will not do what you want to do. We will not buy the pangas. We will not come and kill people. It has to be the people now who make that decision. And at the end of the day, we don't have 400 politicians in Kenya in power right now. They're less. We are millions of people. We have to make that conscious decision. We have to tell politicians no. We have to learn from Ol Karawe. You're given the money to do something, but you take the money and you face the politician and tell the politician, I will not do what you want me to do.
I mean, as we talk about the same, there is the aspect of personal responsibility. And why am I talking about personal responsibility? When you look at the security agencies that you have in the country, there are individuals who are heading these institutions, right? So let's go to Homa Bay, because that is the center of conversation. There are statements that were made by one Opondo Kaluma. And it's only recently that NCIC moved in. But that alone is intelligence that would have been picked and police deployed to quell the situation, because it was out in the public, because it happened days before Linda Mwananchi group went there. But you look at IG today taking command responsibility and ensuring that he deployed, that intelligence was there, that police officers were on the streets. We didn't see that. The Cabinet Secretary of Interior, as the person who's heading that department as well, should be taking personal responsibility for failing Kenyans, because what we've done over time as Kenyans is we look at a problem and not force people to take responsibility for failing. You talk about France. France demonstrates almost every other new day, but France does not shoot people. Should they take responsibility? Should we see head of government calling his boys to order?
Well, it goes back to the same primary responsibility of the police, because it's the same conversation we are going back to. Police officers, and like you mentioned, the operational command lies in the office of the Inspector General, which is in charge of doing those operations. I guess because we live in this country and we know the history of what comes out of these meetings, I think because we want to seek solutions for our country, that going forward, I, as a person and as a young person, because I also walk around with young people, and I don't want the people that I walk with to be labeled as goons, because they basically associate with me. But I have a responsibility that whenever we go to a political gathering, go to a political meeting, as a leader, young leader, as a youth leader, I have to make sure in my own capacity as a person, even before it gets to the level of the police coming in, to act responsibly and ensure that we canvass the normal way of persuasion and selling an agenda. And you came out with a very important point, that have we, or has the political class ran out of ideas, that now they want to use the culture of goonism to protect their politics?
And when you're rejected, you accept. There's also the aspect of rejection. I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you present your ideas to people and people reject you, it is okay to be rejected. You don't have to be accepted. So when you sell whatever you're selling to the people, if someone says no, you don't have to fight, That level of desperation is what is bringing in this goonism. So we are in an open space. Sell what you need to sell. If Kenyans tell you no, take it, go. So for me, is people who have been told no are not able to accept the no.
Well, because I speak for UDA, and UDA is actually a very peaceful political party, and we don't subscribe to the culture of Goonism, by the way. For us, we believe in persuasion, and we believe that our track record will speak for itself. So we have no point, and we are not desperate to hire political mercenaries in the name of goons to go and assist us to manage our politics. We will speak to the people of Kenya, and we have always done that. Look at, by the way, UDA meetings. You will never hear of any issues of people being attacked or something. I do not deny that there are politicians who have been elected on UDA who have been associated with certain things that we are not proud of. And in-house and within our circles, they have always been called out, and the party has its own internal mechanisms that it applies to deal with such scenarios. So it is the position of every political party as the primary vehicle that designs a way to chart a way for its members on how they want to engage on this issue. And as UDA, we have denounced and said we don't want the culture of Goonism.
I have a burning question. Does UDA's track record include insecurity in the country?
No, no. In fact, there is no time for the last 15 years that this country has had a very secure time, like when the UDA party is in government.
Well, that can be debated.
Notwithstanding, notwithstanding, and in this I mean, notwithstanding, some issues of mayhem here and there being caused, like the issue of Goonism that we are talking about, which is actually one of the top priority that this government wants to tackle. But the government is responsible, and the government wants to tackle this issue without hurting or harming innocent young people who are seeking opportunities and jobs, and sometimes are victimized and labeled as goons. And I have to be careful.
Yes.
And I'm on record as having said, I do not want young people who come from, for instance, my own locality, who do not have opportunities, and we are trying to create those opportunities for them in our policies, to be victimized and labeled as goons because they are walking around with me because they are my supporters or we are doing politics with them. We have to have a very clear boundary between who a goon is, who a supporter is, who a young person who is just excited expressing their political rights.
Well, the challenge is, a conflicting ideas or understanding of the same situation, because the same UDA regime is the one that is the ruling regime. There is a government bears the mandate, the obligation, the duty, the constitutional responsibility of provision of safety and security across the country. So the element of mayhem we are having is a pure indication of the failure of the government to secure its own people.
And I want to answer you straightforward, that the UDA administration is keen on dealing with this culture of mayhem without hurting its own
too
people.
late, because you have
and the government wants to do it in a way, and it doesn't have to be the usual way of applying very brutal force.
As a Kenyan,
and wait, because there are ways to deal with this issue, and the software part of it is to apply diplomacy and force the political class using the institutions that we have. I have said, IEBC, what is IEBC doing?
Well, there is institutional responsibility. I agree.
The only way to scare a politician to behave and to act within the confines of the law, it's not actually arresting them, but it's actually denying them a chance to participate in elections.
What we are saying, Wajiri, is that this should not be happening. If the government was responsible enough, we should not be having this conversation today about people being arrested dying in police stations, about people going for a rally, not making it home, about policemen going to guard, provide security, deployed, and they don't go back home. Because you do understand last weekend, we lost policemen who are Kenyans and family members to their families. We should not be having this conversation. Again, the same regime is being accused of maintaining poverty levels directly or indirectly, such that now the youthful are available for such deployment of violence. Because it is argued, if people are economically empowered, and we have seen this in other democracies, you have very few people who would be willing to come out in the name of Goonism or being hired to provide private security, which just wreaks havoc.
That's why I have said, and if you want me to go to what we are doing, so that we absorb young people and remove them from being used by politicians as tools of Goonism, we are creating opportunities. There is no government.
Which
you
ones?
know, Kamanya, there is no government.
Which opportunities?
There is no government that has at a go, released money to give to a record 120,000 young people below the age of 30. That is economic empowerment.
That's a Nyota fund you're referring to.
There's no government that has done that. There's no government that in the record of employment that has employed 100,000 teachers, and 50%, almost 50% of those people are young people.
So
there's no
what is the
government
poverty reduction
that has
index?
employed 800,000 young people in the affordable housing project.
doesn't agree.
Nobody has done that.
A lot of
It's not happened in history. So this government is actually making very practical steps.
Let's
So
see
if
how
that was
ensure
happening,
that
then
we
we see the
don't-
Goonism would have reduced.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
It's a positive way of telling Kenyans
Only result
that as a
determine
government,
whether it is positive
we
or
are
not.
working to ensure that the young people who are always used as tools of anarchy do not get that opportunity.
And
It's
yet
not
it's
very
still
big.
happening. Mary, go ahead.
As a Kenyan, you've said a lot of things. As a Kenyan with a vote, and I'm actually feeling we're not even supposed to be discussing if I'm making a decision between this party and this party. I'm analyzing a sitting government. You're actually representing government. So when you talk about UDA, for me it is government with all the instruments of power to give security, to give intelligence, to give everything. You have failed terribly. It is the first time in the Kenyan history we had an invasion of parliament by the young people because your government didn't listen to the people. More than 60 people died in 2024. Young people shot, snipers in parliament shot, people were shot and died just because a government could not listen to the people. So I don't know when you're talking about security, what you're talking about. It is the first time since independence, 1963, we've had the highest number of kidnapping, people being taken to detention without being produced in court. We've never had this level. So since Kenyatta's time, this Ruto administration has sunk the lowest. You have the instruments of power. And when you say you've created employment, I would really wish the people in the streets are not speaking the language you're speaking. Affordable housing. What was the priority of this country? Is it building slums and calling them affordable housing, or giving people education? How many young people are working in those houses? The young people have become more and more impoverished. The hustlers, wale mama mbogas, wale watu wa pikipiki, they cannot sustain even businesses because the economy is strangled. So more and more people are poor. So please, let me explain to you something, my brother.
In less than a minute.
Because you have the privilege that I do not have. You will go back to those people and tell them they have failed. Can they do anything in those 6 months? They have failed terribly in security, in job provision, in everything. They have failed terribly. Can they do something if there's anything?
Today, we have police officers
10 seconds,
who
please.
are in court because of the mistakes that they did, and the government has actually said, and it's evident, that it's not going to protect anybody who breaks the law. We have serving police officers interdicted, others in court. because of such atrocities. So the UDA government will continue to deal with any person who breaks the law. Number two,
we don't have a time for number two. I'm sorry, our time has actually come to a head now, and because of this conversation, it's necessary for us next time come on time, and then we can have more of this conversation. Thank you both for being here, because these are obviously pertinent issues that need to continue being thrashed out for us to come to a place where there's a clear understanding. Karaoke Gunjiri is National Youth Leader with UDA. Mary Kathomi, political and governance analyst. Thank you both for being here this morning. Good morning, 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. At least 2,150 people have died in road crashes in the first 6 months of 2026, according to the Kenya Red Cross Society. The organization says the figure translates to about 12 deaths every day and warns that fatalities could exceed 4,400 by the end of the year if the trend continues. Speaking during a media roundtable, Red Cross Road Safety Focal Person Natasha Lulia called for a shift from responding to crashes to preventing them. The organization is pushing for a speed limit in high-risk areas such as schools, hospitals and public playgrounds to be reduced from 50 to 30 kilometers per hour. It says lower speeds, better enforcement, clear road signs and traffic calming measures will help protect pedestrians, cyclists and border riders. The Red Cross is also calling for improved walkways and cycling paths, urging both national and county governments to strengthen road safety measures. As DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua heads to Emurua Dekir today, he has called on Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to guarantee the safety of his entourage, supporters and residents. Gachagua says he's visiting the Narrow constituency at the invitation of DCP candidate Vincent Rotich for a Thanksgiving event. In a letter to Kanja, the former deputy president said he had received threats over the planned visit and urged police to take adequate measures to protect life and property. Gachagua maintained that he has a constitutional right to travel anywhere in the country and participate in political activities. Speaking at his Omunyoro home yesterday, he accused Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen of allegedly planning to disrupt his meeting, but said he will not cancel the visit.
Mimi nataka kwenda huko kwa wakale gym kesho. Emurua Dekir wamenialika huko. Huyu Kasongo na Murkomen wananitisha ati nisikanyange huko. Nataka mniombee. Mtaniombea? Mtaniombea? Ndio nikienda kwa wakaleji niende na nirudi. Mniweke kwa maombi. Lakini hatuogopi, hatutishwi. Hawa wakaleji wameniambia kuja, tutakulinda, usiogope.
And elders of the Madka Union in Magarini, Kilifi County are calling on for the history of Mama Mepeho, who was involved in a conflict in Kaloleni, to be preserved and commemorated. Sikubali Kalama says Mama Mepeho's contribution has not received the same recognition as that of freedom fighter Mekatilili Wamenza, a situation she links to the challenges facing the community. Kalama has also accused some religious leaders of contributing to the killing of elders through witchcraft accusations, while calling on both levels of government to take action against the practice.
Ametabiri hayo maneno kumaliza, ndio vile anaenda mpaka amake mipo wakafanya nini, akapotea pale, ukatoka huo mti. Lakini kwa vile watu wanasema amepitwa na wakati na watu wa Kaloleni wakaanza kuuza mpaka huyo mama basi kimebaki kivuli tu. Sasa ile mila yetu yote imewachwa, ndio jua kali, ndio njaa, ndio sasa watu wanaowawa kila siku. Aombezi wanaenda kuomba tu mji wa fulani uko na hivi, kesho kutwa mama ama baba anaowawa. Serikali nayo hata haina chochote ambacho inafanya, kwa sababu tangu watu wawe ni wangapi, amefanya nini? Sisi serikali kuu, sisi serikali ndogo.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why they're not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, good morning to you and welcome. This is the Situation Room on this Friday, the 21st of August. And guess what's happening today? The English Premier League kicks off literally into action. And you don't have to go too far away from here because the Standard Group has all the exclusive broadcast rights to make sure that every goal, every penalty, every decision, every VAR look into all the action is taken right here. Radio Maisha and Berur FM with all the information for you and all those up to the minute data analysis information and all the goals, every decision, everything about the EPL coming right to you, so you don't have to go too far. Right Walter Kinjo will be there making that commentary for sure. So as it kicks off today, you have all the information and everything and all the action coming to you directly right here from Standard Group across all our platforms, TV, radio and digital. So you want to get into it today. Sawa? Yes.
Kapisa.
All right. So we're getting into our final conversation for the week. And over the last couple of maybe 3 days ago, there was a health summit that was held in Nairobi. And we're looking at how Shah has been working and what has the president was His Excellency the President was involved in this process with the practitioners from Shah. They're letting us know how things have worked and how things are being paid. That's fantastic, I say. And you have to look at all of this in the context of the situations that we deal with. The Kenyatta National Hospital sent out a circular yesterday, And they basically said, guys, unless it's an emergency, do not come. That's basically what the CEO of KNH said. Why? Because we don't have hands. Because people are on strike. He stated this very clearly yesterday. And let me just read his statement before I welcome our guests into the studio this morning. Okay, where is that? Real quick. This is what the letter from KNH said. And it has disappeared. But anyway, I'll read that at some point. First of all, let's welcome our guests to do the CEO and SG of the Kenya Medical Dentists Practitioners Union is Dr. Davji Atela, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning, Nduh.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Karibu.
Asante.
The Secretary General, the chairperson of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers is Peterson Moshera. He's here with us this morning as well. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well.
You are?
I hope you are too.
We're working on it. We're working on it. Karibu both. We're getting into this. Before we do, let's start off with today's proverb. This one might be interesting.
The proverb comes from Mauritius, country of 1.3 million people, an island country, tourism good, manufacturing working, and also considered to be a financial hub. The proverb: a short person hangs his bag where his hands can reach. How would you interpret it, Davji?
Yeah, it just basically correlates with the proverb that says that you should cut your coat according to your size, that you should basically live within your means, and basically that totally implies to that when you budget, when you plan, do with whatever abilities that you have. Don't depend on an external support on the matter.
Ashira, how would you interpret it?
I think similarly, I would say that it talks about understanding your capacity, know your reach, and have the wisdom to know where your capacity cannot take you, so that then you don't waste a lot of time trying to do what you can't be able to achieve, and you concentrate on what you can. Yeah.
Well said, well interpreted, Asante.
So the Health Summit took place in Nairobi a couple of days ago, and all the practitioners, stakeholders, both of you were there at some point during the summit, and all of this happened when essentially the health sector got a clean bill of health in terms of how things are actually going. Yesterday, this letter came from the Kenyatta National Hospital, August 20th, 2024, and this is from Dr. Richard... 2026, good Lord. I saw 4 somewhere. 2026, I beg your pardon. Dr. Richard Lesiampe, who is the CEO of the Kenyatta National Hospital, said, Kenyatta National Hospital is experiencing increased patient volumes and congestion following industrial action affecting health services in various counties. As a national referral hospital, KNH is receiving more patients who would ordinarily access services at county and other health facilities. This has resulted in longer waiting times and delays, particularly for non-emergency services. Clients seeking non-emergency care are encouraged to consider other hospitals closer to them where appropriate, to ease pressure on KNH and to facilitate timely access to care. KNH remains open and continues to provide emergency and critical care services. We regret the inconvenience and appreciate our clients' patience and understanding, signed by the CEO. These two scenarios are operating within the same space. We'll start with you, Dr. Atela. Having come from the Health Summit, it just seems a little bit strange that this is happening at the same time. Mind you, the Health Summit was taking place when folks like Okoh and the Nurses Council and the Nurses Union across board are on strike.
I don't think there's the two scenarios. I see a single
it's
scenario.
It's the same thing, okay.
It's a single scenario. We are all Kenyans in this particular context. And I believe, and it's a reality, that the Health Summit was a point of conversation and a point of dialogue where everybody were able to come up and bring these matters. The Council of Governors were there seated. The President was there seated. The ministers were there. And the Kenyans were watching. So it is a clarity to at a point that through this summit, these matters came out. And therefore there were commitments for things to be resolved. So it will not be right to say that we should only have the summit when there are no issues, because the issues are there. and they're still going to be there. They're going to have a position to resolve them, but then continue to be there. So I believe these conversations that were there at that point brought out why the interests, why things are not moving. And that's why the unions were asking the intervention of the head of state in some of the engagement that are ongoing. And I remember the strike that has been there for more than, I think, 3 weeks now for the nurses. There was a commitment from the Chair Council of Governors that they'll be meeting today to give a counter offer to the nurses to have these matters resolved. So I believe that is the reality. So we must actually face the problems with whatever the level it is so that they can be resolved. Otherwise, if we will have not had the summit to discuss the matters, then we will be having those boardroom discussions where you wonder what was discussed. But this came out, and so we expect a commitment and a result, a commitment from the government that they're actually going to resolve the matter that is existing with the nurses strike, where the CBAs have already been done from 2017, where the agreements have already been honored. On the side of this letter from Les Champe or KNH, is a clear indication that the truth is when hospitals, the level 2s, 3s, and 4s, and 5s in the counties are not operationalized because of the strike, it means that everybody is seeking refuge at KNH. And the KNH is running at the same capacity. So it's a clear thing that they are trying to say that they just need to handle emergencies. Because you will go at KNH, and if it's not emergency, it will take a longer time to actually see a doctor. And not because the healthcare worker doesn't want to see you, but because they're actually handling other crises. That's the reason. So that's why they need the most urgent thing to be done for the country is to see that there's an end to the strike that is ongoing. Yeah.
Have we seen a change, Peterson, after this? Because if the health summit was then in place to address issues, it doesn't sound like it's an immediate thing. Rightly said, some of these CBAs have been in effect since 2017. That's almost 10 years ago, right? And we still see the same problems every year since there have been a CBA. Every year since there has been a CBA in the for the health practitioners, there has been a strike, if not a threat of one. That is terrible. Every single year, count it, 2017, 2018, until now, here we are. There has been a strike or a threat of one because of the fact that the CBA requirements and stipulations have not been adhered to. And there have been people, Dr. Atela, you've been here, or every time there's been one, we've had a conversation. Right? So if the summit was to address some of these things, and I think it was great that the summit took place, because a lot of things came out as a result of that, and that there was a hands-on approach, I think is even a greater thing. But will we see now the requisite action? Because the problem that we're seeing here is, with this particular strike, primarily is at the counties, and the representatives were there. What is it going to take for a CBA 9 years old to then be effected so that people can go back to work?
Thank you, Nduh. And I think we must give credit where it's due. As you have said, the summit is a good thing. And I think it was clear from its objective that the main summit was supposed to communicate about the government reforms in healthcare. So that is what they were doing. But we also had the presidential town halls, which now are discussing the salient issues that are affecting we as the health workers. And I'm saying we must give credit where it's due, because this is the first president we are seeing sitting with Kenyans, with unions, with everybody in the same room, and saying, can we discuss these things? And it was a very good opportunity for a SWOT analysis of our healthcare. And I think we discussed, especially during the second one, we had a very great opportunity to discuss about these issues. We have immediate challenges, and we have challenges that will require a long-term solution. And I think the president actually directed on some of the immediate solutions. He said within 1 week, they should have resolved the issue of the UHC. By the way, that is a very simple issue, because it's only the letters pending. They're being paid at the rates of SRC. Their pay slips reflect the PNP status. It's just a letter. So, and he said, if After 1 week, the governors will not have given the letters. Then the letters will be given by the ministry. If that happens, that issue will be resolved. On the issue of the strike for both the nurses and ourselves, he also said that he was going to convene the governors so that they can see a way out of that. But then we have some long-term solution that we need. Nduh, you know, and as I said then in that town hall, we have seen bold and deliberate reforms. I think how it's working, it depends on who you're asking. And we have seen on the side of financing, we have seen SHA, we have seen FIF that ensures that facilities have money to be able to restock. When it comes to SHA, if you go to level 4 to 6, you will not have a problem. But where we're having an issue is at the primary healthcare level. And the problem is because it's funded by the Exchequer, and the Exchequer has not been able to fund it to where it's supposed to be. I think the actuaries were expecting around 50 billion. I think the highest we have done in this budget is 19.1 billion.
Hold.
Yes.
So where you as Kenyans have paid, or it has been deducted from you, the services are working. Let's simplify that, isn't it?
Yes.
Where the money is supposed to come from government directly, Exchequer,
Yes.
is where it is not working, primary healthcare.
Yes.
All right.
And so, and I had an opportunity to speak with Dr. Ishenga of RUFA, and he was informing me that the PHC fund has not paid, I think, since April. So we must acknowledge that there is a problem, and probably Parliament going forward needs to see how to improve on the PHC fund, because it's funded by the Exchequer, so that it doesn't then take the money that we are contributing that is supposed to be for level 4 to 6. So on the financing, there are reforms. Are they working? It depends on yourself as a person, and also the level that you're going to. At some point, I had a relative who has had now 3 heart surgeries in a period of 30 years. The other one was in 2017, and NHIF then gave us around 450,000. The other one was last year, actually this year, sorry. And SHA gave us 950, which was an increment of 500,000. So if you ask my family based on that, SHA is working. We got 500,000 more.
Well,
so, but you can see that is the shift. It is between the level 4 and 6.
Where Kenyans are paying.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying that financing is sorted. When it comes to supply of medicines, it's sorted. KEMSA is now supplying more than 91%. When it comes to the issue of information and technology, the DHA, when it comes to the equipment, we have that arrangement. But we have not seen bold and deliberate reforms when it comes to the human resources for health. And that is why we have been asking, can we now see, because we have sorted the other components of healthcare, can we now sort the human resources for health by bringing in a unified system that can be able to manage the HRH? Because it's very clear that the weakest link in the UHC is the ineffective management of HRH.
But Nduh, before I just forget this line of thought, I think there's a part of which my brother is, I think, mixing here. We have the level 2, 3, and 4, the primary component of it, of SHA, that actually, where the patient goes to the facilities to seek the care.
Yes.
The SHA actually approves that you get the care. As a patient, when you go to the hospital, you are not going to feel any challenges to access this care. So whether you're in level 2, 3, or 4, and 5 and 6, based on the benefit packages that are already prescribed, if you go to seek the care, you will actually be, it will be approved for you to seek the care.
Okay.
Now, what probably as discussed with Leshenga is on the part of the payments of
being remitted to the facilities.
The payments that are being remitted to facilities.
Okay.
That's now dependent on, there's a part, I don't know what method the SHA uses, but then they paid differently or different times. So basically what is saying is the rate of payments of the debts may differ, but then the access, or rather the approval of the patients when they go to the hospitals is not hampered by this.
So primary healthcare, you will go to a medical facility, 2, 3, 4, you will get treated.
Yes.
The pain point here is after that, the reimbursement to the medical facility, who essentially gives you treatment on credit.
Yes.
Right? Is where the issue is.
Which now we've come to a point that we come to realize there is the generalization of this. You'll talk to one hospital today and they tell you they have their debts, and then there's a roll-out payment that particular month, of which when you ask the next day, that payment is done. So it's very difficult to generalize, and this is a reality. Generalize as like all this have not been paid, and that's why it has been difficult to have a single actions on it, because payments are based on an individual facility's claim. But are done.
Go. I think so that we don't lose Kenyans' thought. A lot of people don't agree with your submissions on the functionality of our healthcare ecosystem, including the human resource. I mean, even by your own admission, you're saying you don't know what methodology or formula SHA uses to make payment. And as a participant in that ecosystem, you ought to know, in a manner of speaking, because it should be a system that we all understand how it operates, how it functions, the entry points, both in terms of equipment, human resource, and the service provision of it all. Now, we could argue that, yes, maybe this regime is doing so much on health, but also the same argument is that a lot has been invested. We started this investment on the SHA and the SHIF to make sure that we transition to a more transparent, easily manageable, more accountable, and easily accessible healthcare for Kenyans. 2-3 years later, the struggle continues. Unfortunately, this is happening at the expense of losing life and people having conditions that are exacerbating by the day because they are not able to access the quality care that they so much deserve. I think we can all agree on that one. So the question then becomes, even as we try to balance the human resource, the actual resources, the facilities, because a lot of construction is happening. You find dispensaries, level 2, 3, 4 hospitals coming up. But service access remains a major concern, either limited by distance, which people are trying to shorten by construction, or limited by personnel being very few. And others now who should be working are out in the street. Today, what is wrong with our healthcare such that it is taking a president or a summit for us to convene, and even a president to threaten the governors that if you do not confirm these people to be PNPs, we are going to do it, which is unconstitutional, because health is a devolved function. If you were to call it today, what is the problem? What is ailing our healthcare system that if we addressed it appropriately, then at least in the next 3, 4, 5, 6 years, months, KNH and other facilities will not be overburdened. They're not issue disclaimer letters telling people to keep off, yet they're sick.
My brother, the entire problem about healthcare is money.
Yep.
Okay.
The other point, if money is allocated enough, we will not be having the strikes for the for payments of the CBAs and return to work agreements. They'll be sorted out when we have enough money that is budgeted for the primary health care, because it used to be 9, now it's 19. If it goes to the 50, as my brother is saying, that it means that payments will be done within the stipulated timelines in the Act. Within the 90 days, every facility will be getting their payments exactly as it is. So there will be no that complaint on it. If the money is enough, because I think currently, KMPTU in 2023, we were the union that went to court to stop SHA and the other acts at that time. And then through the court processes, I think it was rolled out. There are big challenges at the point. In fact, if you look at the package on the oncology at that time was less than 400,000, which now is at 800,000. And through these lobby, and that's what we keep on saying, one thing we must accept, first of all, that we have the insurance, social insurance, and we must be in that insurance, and then now change it. Currently, we have Professor Okoh, who is the chairman of the benefit and package, and we keep on insisting that these packages need to be increased, because it's through that increase in those packages that we can get the covers that are needed by the people. and that needs money. So yes, I agree with what Peterson is saying. We need more money in the social health authority, and we need more members to subscribe, and therefore we need increase on the package continuously, which has actually been done. If you compare, because most of the time, and what we're trying to say, that it is much easier to objectively look at what is the issue, and then you bring out and tell the minister, tell the social health authority, tell the people, this is what is not working, this is what need to change. Like when we had the issue of oncology, it used to be about 600,000 in NHIF for households, but then it's reduced, and we had cases where people had to top up once that had ended. So we asked this needs to change. It was increased to 800. The same with ICUs. So we need to go with issues to try to change this. But when we come and say it's not working in totality, we become dishonest.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Dr. Hari, but as we talk, Peterson, the issue of reimbursement to hospitals has been a thorny issue, whether we like it or not.
That's true.
And with that, then you'd find that Kenyans will go to seek services because that debt has not been paid. Hospitals will tell you, unfortunately, we will not accept using SHA. You have to dig in from the pocket. And at that point, a Kenyan who's gone to seek services would come out and say, SHA is not working. Why? Because they have been told to dig from the pocket. That is just pure. It happened to me. I am stating as a person who went through that system. So conversation ought to be then, where are the challenges in reimbursing these institutions, and how can we fast track it to ensure that when I next go to hospital, I'm able to be told, bring your SHA card, it will work for you. But then there is what the Health Summit said. But Wananchi down are saying, it is not working for us. How do we marry that and say, and bring a conversation where Wananchi are satisfied that what government is telling them is the truth?
True. You see, and to my brother Davji, I'm not saying that it's not entirely working. What I'm saying is that if I have a facility and I've not been paid for the past 3-4 months, then I might tell you that the system is down, because I don't want to take more credit. And that is what many facilities are doing. One of the private facilities that I take my family to used to tell us that they are no longer using SHA for some time. And I confirmed from SHA itself that they were actually accredited and they were supposed to be offering those services. And they were saying that because they had debt that had not been paid. So, you see, for us to be able to change a system, we must also look at it very objectively, and we do positive criticism. And I think we must keep saying that Parliament, because it's Parliament that budgets, Parliament that must ensure that we are having at least enough money, one, for the financing through SHA, and also we must reach a point where we have very deliberate efforts to have annual employment of health workers. We do not only have an issue with the effective management of health workers, but we also have a dire shortage that actually threatens the achievement of the UHC. But then there is a legal and policy ecosystem that is also prohibitive. And that is why we are saying, if we continue subjecting health workers to the current legal and policy framework, we may not be able to get somewhere. And to be clear, what I'm trying to say is, most of the counties are not even doing beyond 60% of the staffing norms and standards that is required at the minimum. But when you go to their wages, they will tell you that our wages are past the 35% ceiling as per the PFM Act. Some will tell you we are at 60%, yet on the other hand, they are telling you we don't have enough health workers. And so we must have a conversation, because then, if today, let's say the president was to say, Parliament, please allocate 10 billion to hire health workers, if that money goes into the equitable share, first it's going to be subjected to that formula, The moment it gets to that county, 30 must be for development, 70 must be for recurrent, and out of the 7 for recurrent, only 35 is for wages. So if you were to take that 10 billion, less than 3 billion will be available to actually hire that healthcare worker. And that is why we are saying, can we remove this human resource from this confusion of this prohibition of the legal framework, get a separate entity. And I think we are proposing either Health Service Commission or a joint authority under Article 189, so that if you give that authority or that entity 10 billion, the entire 10 billion is going to be available to hire these health workers.
I'm hearing you speak about the Health Commission. So if a commission to handle HR issues for healthcare workers is in place today, are you then confirming or rather stating that that would be part of solution to the problems you see today?
Yeah, and actually what I'm saying that even a commission might take us longer because we may need a referendum. But I keep on saying that we actually can have an entity without going through a referendum. If you look at Article 189 of the Constitution, it provides that in performance of their functions, the counties with the national government, they can cooperate. And in their cooperation, they can establish joint committees or joint authorities to perform their function. So if the 47 county governments can come together and they say they agree under that cooperation to form a joint cooperation, they can actually take an act to Parliament and they can establish something similar to what to that Health Service Commission that will be able now to take care of some bit of HRH. You know, it doesn't even have to be everything about the management of HRH, but for the things that are actually taking us on strike, to get money directly for recruitment and where there are not these 35% ceiling, so that then we can get the welfare of healthcare workers looked at. This is something that only requires an intergovernmental coordinating summit to sit. They agree. And once they agree, they legislate to ensure that it has a structure that allows it to work.
But on the same breath, Peterson, you as the union leaders, if I may call you so, you're accused of wanting to force what you're saying, formation of entities, commissions, bodies that necessarily will not give us the solution that we need. Because the argument out here is that if we had a competent National Assembly, because you spoke about allocation, that's where money comes from, you would not be calling for an entity, commission or otherwise, because budget allocations would consider, when you're raising a budget, it boils down from the unit cost. We should be knowing how much does it cost to treat, to hire, to sustain, to improve a facility. Correct? And then we raise that budget accumulatively moving forward. And you time it. You say in the first cycle, second cycle, third cycle. So is the issue the incompetence of the people we have entrusted with our healthcare system? That the health ministry as is, led and organized, seems to have its priority mismatched, because the need out here, from what you're saying, you do have a need. You want to serve the nation. You want to participate in the growth and development of our humans, eradicate diseases, treat people, correct? But the person in charge is not accommodating that conversation. So instead of running, because even if you're given the 10 billion today, and it is misappropriated like many other trillions we are seeing in the country, we are going to have a same problem. Could the problem be the incompetence of the people who are in office?
You know, one of the pillars of universal healthcare or a working healthcare system is leadership and governance.
Right.
So that's one of the things one of the key things. But before going into that, I wanted to answer something that Dan asked earlier. That healthcare cannot be free. That it has to be paid for.
Yes.
If social health insurance or any insurance does not pay for somebody health care, then you must pay it out of pocket. That's the reality. And therefore, if hospitals give services, whether public hospitals or private hospitals, for them to be able to purchase the reagents, to pay the workers, to have the drugs, to have a working system, electricity and all that, they must be paid for. And that's why even in those insurances, there's always a timeline for payments and mechanisms to enforce these payments. And that's one thing which you must look into, that a patient patient who has an insurance, whether it's social health insurance or a private insurance, when they come to an hospital, they should not be denied care. But we must have a mechanism that ensures that the debt owed to facilities, whether public or private, are paid to ensure that people get the care. Because at the time that you are denying somebody that care, at any particular point, you are actually violating the constitutional right to access to the care.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we may lose lives that otherwise would not be lost. So you must have robust mechanisms to ensure that this is done. And that's why I agree with Peterson very strongly that some of the failures that we have been talking about emanated from the parliament, that when they are passing some of the bills that they did pass, they did not look deeply into those particular actions or those mechanisms to enforce some of these things, and even the budgeting aspect for it. So it is important that when we are having, or when we are going to these elections, we have people that will represent our interest, that dearly when we have bills or acts being put into place, that those that actually are going to ensure that the health care, the education we need are taken care of.
And Dr. Teller, we have to stay on that just a little bit, because there seems to be a similar thread running through. Because if the mandate then is on medical facilities to offer up healthcare when they come, regardless, because you've said that UHC is not a phenomenon, it's a reality. So I show up to hospital, I'm getting treated. Whatever is happening in the back end as to how you're supposed to make that payment done is yours. But then the responsibility of medical facilities to offer this care, sure, but then there's also the responsibility of the authority to make sure that these folks are paid. It's the same idea. Like when you tell schools not to raise school fees, but you've not sent capitation to schools. It's a catch-22, because what do you expect them to do? And we can ask that question in its originality, because what do you expect them to do? So when a medical facility, as Peterson has approached, and they tell you, what, we're not going to offer it to you because we have a debt, how do you expect them to purchase these things that you're talking about?
My concern here is that you lie to a particular patient that you cannot give the services because maybe these systems are low when they're not. You have a contract with the authority that you are going to be giving the services. And it is through that contract that you should just indicate this has not been paid and is due. The 90 days contract, it indicates that you need to be paid within 90 days. Then when you fail to be paid, you offer services of 100 million and 90 days have not been paid, it means that the contract you have with the insurance authority has been violated.
Right. So when you offer a service and it's not
therefore at that point, when you don't go to the person you have contract with, which then has sent me, because I have contract with the insurance, I don't have a contract with the hospital. I have a contract with the Social Aid Authority. I have a contract with Jubilee. That's why when I go to the hospital, before I'm given the service, the Jubilee or Madison or Social Health Insurance must approve. So because they've already authorized me to go there. So here you have a contract with the insurance company, with the insurance, with social insurance, but because you don't want to evoke the same contract that they're violating, then now you put it on this other person. So it is right that you tell us the truth, speak it up, and that's what you keep on saying. Let the private hospital, the public hospitals, if payments are not done that are violating the agreed time, we must force these payments to be done.
So the problem is not primarily money then? Because if this behavior of not paying on time, not communicating as to why the payment has not been made, or even just assuming that because they're hospitals and they have some medicine on their shelves that they're going to give the care, then you decide that you're not even going to talk to them. So it wouldn't matter if you had money. It's the behavior that is the problem.
But behavior must change by action.
So it's not the money issue here.
The behavior must change with the action. Badly. You know, that's what we keep saying. If I go crying that I've not been paid by insurance, so I cannot offer these particular services, and I don't attack the person who I have a contract with, then there's a problem on me. I must tell the insurance company that you cannot have a contract with patients. You approve them to be sent to the facility, and then you're violating the contract I have with you.
Peterson, so when these delays happen, right? Not paid this facility, then as a result, every other thing is affected because then healthcare workers would not be paid.
Yes.
Reagents would not come
Yes.
to hospitals.
CBAs would be
CBAs would be disoriented.
Yes.
So at that particular point, I want to ask the question, if I have a contract with you for 90 days that you have violated, that contract ceases to exist.
Yes.
Because I'm not operating with you on any legal basis. And at that point, when that happens, that is the pinpoint where then Kenyans, like hospitals, will say, you know what, system is down. Because they don't want to tell you we have not been paid. So the overall problem when it comes to healthcare issues that do exist today is fact that managers of SHA or SHIF need to be sat down and understand the need of respecting agreements and contracts, because that will translate to Kenyans getting the universal healthcare that they do deserve.
The contract actually will continue existing, but it will be breached. And I believe it has some part on dispute resolution, how that is supposed to be addressed. But the reality is, you can address formalities and legalism policy. The reality on the ground is facilities fear raising their voices because they fear of losing contract. Because the insurer here, the insurer here is all powerful.
Hold on.
Yes.
We have a contract.
Yes.
Paper. It's not about whether you like me or not.
Yes.
It's paper. We have both our signatures appended to it that I'm going to offer a service. So you mean to tell me you violated the contract and then suddenly I'm afraid of you to come and tell you that?
Yes, they have
this
fear
is how
that
people are operating.
It will not be renewed. And that is the truth of
you
the
see
matter.
what I said? Behavior. It's not money.
Where's then if that does exist, where is the promise of universal healthcare? Because that is what Kenyans will ask. You see, if contracts are not honored, you are afraid to speak to the other person who has that contract, then universal healthcare at that particular point doesn't exist.
And that is why it becomes easier for them to not take it on the patient. Please pay. Because I'm unable to address
which
the
then
person
becomes
I'm
unethical.
supposed to. It is very unethical, by the way. But the reality on the ground, it is unethical. But if I'm denied that service, I'll go home saying it's not working.
Of course.
But the truth is, it's supposed to work. It is that within that administration and the management of the system, there is a problem. And where is the problem coming from? As long as we are not getting enough money, so that we can be able to pay it on time, so that we are having delays. There are some administrative processes that you'll see that are in place to just delay so that we can have enough money to pay you by that time. Then we are going to get, we will be here discussing these issues until cows come back home.
So the reason
but the truth of the matter is we need to have enough money and a share in all the funds, so that then people can be reimbursed on time. Our facilities will be working, they will have stocked their drugs, and I'm saying including the private. In the public sector, the counties, the national government can be able to chip in and ensure that there is that supply. They can be able to probably guarantee them, and they can get supplies from KEMSA and pay later because KEMSA is a government entity. But when it comes to the private sector, and I think we must appreciate the role of the private sector in healthcare delivery. I don't know if there is anyone of us here who takes their family to a public hospital, if you are to be honest. Most of the times, we may take them we may take them some of the time, but a number of times, I'm sure even for Dr. Atela, if you're honest, it goes to the private.
All my children avoid the public.
Because of the congestion, not because that we don't trust our peers, but because of the congestion that is in those facilities.
The public,
And so, the private facilities are the ones that actually suffer more because they don't have a buffer.
It's true.
And so, that is why I'm saying this discourse, and especially the one that was happening at the summit and the town halls, is very good. And I wish we can have more of those, so that Kenyans can come out and candidly say that you have a very good system Ideally, it should work very well. And by the I've been saying this from the start. The way SHA is structured and the legal framework around social health insurance, the FIF and the digital health and the Primary Health Care Act, I'm telling you, it is the best. Ideally, it should work way better than NHIF. But then, you know, NHIF had been in existence for how long?
60 years.
Long enough.
60 years. So, and this is a new system. So, if you were to compare NHIF at the 3rd year or the 4th year and SHA is doing way better. Okay. So, one of the problem is because it's a new system.
I beg to differ.
Yes.
Respectfully. We cannot be saying that we transition from a healthcare system to a new one, and we expect some teething problems, whereby we'll be losing lives. Because remember, this is not a farming experiment. It's about people, you know, and it's about health. Therefore, what was the planning committee? The conceptualization of the SHA, the first investment ought to have gone into how are we going to roll out this program? How are we going to transition and make sure that we have one thing that seems to elude everybody who does all this planning, something called efficiency. That never comes up somewhere. So, in my opinion, I don't think we have that luxury of saying these are the early challenges, and in time, in years, you're going to catch up because we are losing people. Number two, it is sad that we are confessing that majority of Kenyans seek healthcare from private facilities because of the poor conditions that are existing in the public facilities. But that's a sad reality. But that is a sadder fact that the same SHA chief has not addressed the challenges that are existing in the public facilities. And therefore, the public does not have confidence. That's why you hear people saying SHA is not working, because not everybody can afford to go to a private facility. People will want to go to the nearest public facility, access quality health care. When they say it is not working, it is based on that premise that they are forced to pay more, the double taxation, the unethical charges, and still it is not guaranteed that the next time they make a visit, they'll afford it, or they'll even find a personnel in office. Somebody could be on strike. This is a sad reality. This is an imbalance we are looking at. So how do we, Davji wants to say something, how do we merge the reality that yes, there is no trust on the public facilities, SHA, we cannot afford to give it more time for it to work, and yes, the healthcare must be provided promptly.
You know, when we say that the public goes to private facility more than the private, I don't think it's right, because the InfoTrack report, I think it was one of 2022 and 2024, indicates that about 72% of Kenyans first go to the public facilities, the dispensaries, the health centers, the level 3s and all that in the country. That's the reality. And that's because of also those facilities tend to have currently, and even before, there were no charges to the services. But then it also indicates that out of that 72%, around 51% will end up going again to the private, because once they go to those facilities, probably they may be sent to do particular lab tests to get the drugs out or things like that,
which are not available at the facilities. So cumulatively, the number is more that ends up in the private.
Not the number is more. The number is 72%, but there's some. I get the point.
Want us to do the number,
so that is what the InfoTrack was indicating. But and the reality of the entire health workforce, what is it? The healthcare. It's about money. You know, and I keep on saying, when we have the budget of the country of healthcare below 10%. And they have their budget declaration saying about minimum of 15%, then you cannot expect the services to be as expected. And therefore, we go back down to the point of how can we allocate more money to the healthcare so that we can have annual employment of healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, clinicians, all into the facilities. Because the biggest problem of healthcare currently is not all these other many things. Because, I mean, we have been having a discussion of health financing. When we talk about SHA, it's just about health financing. When you talk about the NEP, it's about equipment in the hospitals. When you talk about infrastructure, the hospitals being built, the counties have built so many facilities. That means the access is there. The national government has upgraded level 5 to level 6, and they're saying they're doing 13 more of 300 beds each. But then those facilities that are being constructed, those the equipments that are being put in those facilities, in those hospitals, and all that, they need a mixed skills of health workforce to ensure that if you go to that particular hospitals, level 2, 3, and 4, you get the care. And that's where things have gone really.
Doc and Peterson.
Yeah.
We talk about financing of healthcare, and if you look at the idea around SHA is we contribute as Wananchi, right? But we look at the number of registered Kenyans, around 32 million, but around 3 to 4 million are the ones who are paying. And with that, then these authorities, SHA, is stifled of resources that they do deserve for them to be able to offer these services. So in this summit, how do we deal with that? Because at the end of the day, Wananchi who are registered must as well want to pay to access that. Because we'll say, okay, it has been allocated by the national government. But if Kenyans themselves don't pay to it, then services will not be received.
And that's what you were saying. But my line of thought before I answer you was that we need to have healthcare workers employed annually, the same way we do with the police, the same way we do with the teachers, so that because we're losing many nurses and many doctors and clinicians for across the country that are migrating. We have a lot of healthcare workers who have retired. But whenever counties are not employing, they're saying that the budget ceiling has gone down. So one thing, before we go into centralizing health workforce, we need to see, can we have a ring-fenced fund just for employing health workforce across the country? That this is designed that that every, like now the 8.5 billion that was being given for the UHC, put in the equitable share so that it has the UHC within the counties. Then we have another 10 billion or 20 billion every year that ensures that we have employment of health workforce in the country. That's one thing that is very critical. And I think as a country, if we only look at brick and mortar and do not look at health workforce, it's something that is very dim. The other thing I wanted to say is regarding these private facilities, the difference with them and the public facility is that as much as with public we have taxpayers running this, in a private facility is a business. And therefore, you take care of the health workforce, you take care of the drugs, you take care of all these particular, of all the payments, all the vote aids. So whenever there is a problem or delays, the way they are affected is different with the way the public are affected. And that's why the conversations on how the reimbursement or engagement is done actually different. Even unions, the way we engage with private facilities where our members are is very different with the public sector.
Peterson, on the question of registered members vis-a-vis paying and how we bridge that gap, because we want funds to have a healthcare system that is working.
You see, the total number of registered under SHA is 20 what million?
32
million. But remember, there are dependents there. They are not all principal members. So not all the 32 million can actually be able to pay. So, but of course, we have many people, and especially who are not in formal employment, they only pay when they go to the hospital. And by the way, that is one of the biggest problems. And I think the president has been too kind, because he has said that there will be no waiting time. I think from where we sit ourselves, we feel that waiting time was better to probably force these people to continue paying. Because what is happening, people are registering, but then they are not paying. And then when they fall sick, they will come and pay on the same day. And then they are going to and then they are going to get the services, and they are going to be paid from the same fund. And so how do we get these people to be committed to paying, to prepay before they fall sick? That is the biggest issue, because we have a good number of principal members who are actually not contributing monthly to SHA. But then we don't have a modality to force them to do that.
Or as we wind up, should we consider having health what we call free, but publicly funded.
It comes direct
That
from
there
taxes.
Be no deduction, just comes direct from taxation. Yes. And we resolve this
That would
issue.
be the best. I think that would be the best ideology.
Yeah, because you don't
that's
have
what,
to worry
that's
about
what is
all
being
this.
adopted with South Africa. That's what many countries have adopted. And, there were this idea of waiting period of 3 to 6 months. There were so many Kenyans who will go to the hospital. You have already a condition and you are sick and you can't access the care. So you have to sell your land and all these things before you pay. But you see now with that's one of the things that actually are standing out in the SHA. That you pay, let's say 8,000 and your bill is 150 and it gets paid immediately. So that's a very good ideology, and it has actually changed the insurance things in the country. We are seeing now the private insurance companies are also removing that waiting period.
Okay.
Because it goes with the Article 43 of the Constitution that it's your right to access the care.
Yep.
It is not your really a problem that you are sick. It is just nature.
That you should be able
and
to
then
access
it is a
care.
country.
Yeah.
So with the social health, social insurance, you expect to seek the care as a role of the government.
All right.
So, but the ideology of having a tax-funded healthcare, it means it relieves everybody. Yeah. But this kind, can you talk about tax now the way we have?
I think a good idea. I think we have a solution here. Take it from one pot.
Yes.
And then you can apply it. And it would be the same thing across board, from health to education to all of this.
Tax funded.
The time was too little.
It's a
One more.
conversation that is deep.
There's a lot to There's a lot to be discussed.
I've not talked about how my doctors are getting money.
No, you told us the country had. You guys are okay. You guys are fine. You got the money. I'm happy.
True.
But we have to end the
this
year.
is not only. It was doctors across the country.
You shouldn't say that when Kuko is here waiting for money.
No, but
You're telling us that you received your money.
There's something called farming. When you have land, you're farming.
They are the blue-eyed.
Blue-eyed boys of the healthcare system.
You're tilling. There is what you call harvesting. So when there's harvesting time, you actually harvest. So we as doctors have been united and taking action.
So now you're harvesting.
And then we have a CBA which was signed in 2017. It is true that it has been paid for 7 years. It is true now pay slips actually adjusted over 9 years. So that one has been done.
Okay, so now maybe we need now
It's
Kuko
a
and the
reality.
nurses to come and have a tete-a-tete
And a
with you and
class.
tell us how it needs to be done. Welcome to his TED Talk. Thank you very much. Dr. Davjia Tell is the SG and CEO of the KMPDU. Peterson Washira is the National Chairperson of the Kenya Union of Clinical Officers. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us. Thank you all of you for staying with us through the conversations this week. Have a good weekend. We'll talk again Monday, God willing. Good morning, 10 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. Education CS Julius Ogamba has raised concern over the